Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We would like to invite all the guests to be seated as our conference will begin shortly. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, Salam Kebajikan. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's our pleasure to welcome you to the 4th Geoplanning International Conference in conjunction with the Development Planning Agency of Central Java and Indonesia Researcher Union, Himpanindo, Semarang, 25 August 2021. And on this precious moment, the Development Planning Agency of Central Java will launching of Marketplace UMKM of small and medium-sized enterprise. I am Priyantini, will accompany you throughout the day as the master of ceremony that will guide today's conference. Ladies and gentlemen, the Geoplanning International Conference focused on scientific works in the field of applied geomatics technologies, urban and regional planning and development. The conference invites keynote speakers having international reputation and call for papers to academic, researcher, professional from universities, government, private sector, industries, and the other institution to deliver their paper on the topics appropriate with the assigned themes and issue at the moment. In the 4th Geoplanning International Conference on Geometric and Planning 2021, the major issue determined is the challenges of pandemic era. It is honor to me to introduce and welcome to the guests at our conference. For the first, the Honorable Head of Regional Planning Development Agency of Central Java, Mr. Dr. Prasetyo Aribowo, the Honorable Vice Governor of Central Java, Mr. Taj Yassin Maimun, the Honorable Rector of Diponegoro University, Professor Dr. Yos Johan Utama, the Honorable Professor Dr. Muf Aris Marfai from Geospatial Information Agency of Indonesia, the Honorable Associate Professor Dr. Iwan Rudiarto from Diponegoro University, the Honorable Professor Dr. Walter Timo de Vries from Technical University of Munich, Germany, the Honorable Professor Beniamino Morgante, PhD from University de Basilicata, Italy, and also the respectable panelists, participants, guests, and all the attendees of the 4th Geoplanning International Conference on Geometric and Planning 2021. Ladies and gentlemen, let's start this conference with National Anthem of Indonesia, Indonesia Raya. Attendees are requested to stand up. Attendees are welcome to get back seated. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, before we go to the next session, we will pray first for this conference that we will hold on this day will run smoothly without any obstacle at all. Pray based on individual beliefs. Begins. Done. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now going to listen to the opening speech. For the first opening speech delivered by Head of Regional Planning Development Agency of Central Java.
Thank you, Moderator.
Dr. Prasetyo Aribowo, with the education background, international law in Diponegoro University for bachelor program, local government and development in University of Birmingham for master degree, development study in University of Kristen Satyawacana for doctoral degree. You have many experience, list out, staff in Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources, and some experience in Banyumas Regency, and also some position in Central Java Province. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dr. Prasetyo Aribowo.
Thank you. The Honorable Governor of Central Java, the Honorable Rector of Diponegoro University, the Honorable Head of Geospatial Information Agency, the three Honorable plenary speakers, and the Honorable paper authors and conference participants. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Firstly, let us praise to the presence of God Almighty for His abundant blessings as we met today for the international conference. This international conference became a routine agenda for Regional Planning Research and Development Agency, or BAPEDA, of the Central Java Province, and also Diponegoro University. In 2021, it is the fourth international conference. The theme is Geospatial Technologies, Spatial Planning and Regional Development in Pandemic Era. It emphasizes the geospatial technology, spatial planning, and regional development. The Honorable Governor, Rector, and other distinguished guests, I am delighted to inform you about the international conference activities as follows. First, the background. The international conference is held in collaboration with the Regional Planning Research and Development Agency of Central Java Province with the Faculty of Technique, Diponegoro University, and Indonesian Researcher Associations, Himpenindo of Central Java. This conference is held as a forum for academics, practitioners, and professionals to discuss, dialogue, and exchange insights and experiences in various fields, especially in the fields of geospatial technology, spatial planning, and regional development. This forum is expected to produce theoretical and practical recommendations to solve various problems currently faced by Indonesia, especially Central Java, and also the world. Second, the objectives. The objective of exchange information and experiences in pandemic outbreak at the local, national, and international. Third, implementation. Our exciting conference program will last one day. The preliminary day begins with opening and plenary sessions. The keynote speaker comes from the Geospatial Information Agency, or BIG. It is continued with 3 plenary sessions on geospatial technology, spatial planning, and regional development, with plenary speakers from Italy, Germany, and Indonesia. After the plenary sessions, there are 6 parallel sessions available to participants, namely post application of geospatial technology, second, urban and regional resilience, third, regional and rural development, fourth, urban and regional infrastructures, fifth, development technologies, and sixth, regional supply chain. Fourth, invited speakers. The plenary sessions feature well-known experts such as Professor Mino Morgante, PhD from Basilicata University, Italy. Second, Professor Dr. Walter Timo de Vries, TU Munich, German. Dr. Iwan Rudianto, STMSc from Diponegoro University. Attendances at this conference from government, universities, private, comprises of 75, 75 presenters and more than one. To conclude this report, the regional government, especially Regional Development Planning, Research and Development Board of Central Java Province, would like to express our deepest gratitude to first Governor of Central Java, who will open the event and launch the marketplace program for small, micro, and medium enterprises. Second, Rector of Diponegoro University. Fourth, the head of Geospatial Information Agency. And fourth, all the collaborating partners involved in the seminars, Basilicata University of Italy, TU Munich of Germany, and Diponegoro University. Fifth, all speakers and participants and all committee members and other parties for their hard work to make this conference such a success. Thank you, and apologize for any shortcomings in organizing this conference. I hope you enjoy the seminars. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Dr. Prasetyo Aribowo, for the opening speech. And the next opening speech, we have Rector of Diponegoro University. Professor Dr. Yos Johan Utama have the educational background, Faculty of Law, Diponegoro University for bachelor degree, credit collection activity from master degree, the Doctor of Law Study Program, Diponegoro University. And Prof. Yos Johan Utama has many books, like In the Lays Out, Judiciary in Application, Legal Protection for the Community, Administrative Justice in System Studies, Malfunction of the State's Administration Court System, and Race-Based Charming. Opening speech from Rector will be delivered by video. Check this out. Sorry.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Honorable Governor of Central Java, Pak Ganjar Pranowo, Head of Regional Planning Research and Development Agency, or BAPEDA, and speakers and all of audience. Good morning, selamat pagi. The COVID-19 pandemic has led to dramatic loss of human life worldwide and present unprecedented challenge to public health, food system, and the world of work. It causes plenty of change and adaptation in many sectors. There are information and technology utilization in supporting the crisis, which one of them is a Geospatial technology. Geospatial data and technology was applied in providing visualization of the spread of disease in local communities, provinces, states, countries, and worldwide. It helps to monitor and control infection and help treat or support medical staff. The disaster response teams have been formed some alternative strategy based on the visualization. The international conference, Geospatial Technologies, Spatial Planning and Regional Development in the Pandemic Era in 2021, exposed some focus on geospatial technology, spatial planning, and regional development. It is organized by Regional Planning Research and Development Agency, or short BAPEDA, of Central Java in cooperation with the Diponegoro University and Indonesian Researcher Association, Himpedindo, of Central Java. The conference is held in accordance with the mission of Diponegoro University, that is conducting research leading to publication, intellectual property rights, IPR, textbooks, policies, and technologies that effectively and efficiently utilize to promote cultural and local resources. It is my pleasure to welcome all our participants today for the international conference. The conference will be an effective forum for academicians, researchers, and practitioners to advance knowledge research and technology for geospatial technologies, spatial planning, and regional development in pandemic era. I hope that the conference will be able to achieve its objective in spreading information that has related to the pandemic condition, its impact, and also some potential strategy handling the situation, since there will be a long-term effect of COVID. Amin. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Yeah. For the next, we have Vice Governor of Central Java. Kindly give remarks along with the opening the fourth Geoplanning International Conference on Geomatics and Planning 2021, and also launching a marketplace of UMKM or small and medium-sized enterprise. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Taj Yassin Maimun.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera untuk kita semua. Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, salam kebajikan dan selamat pagi. Yang kami hormati Kepala Badan Informasi Geospasial, yang kami hormati Rektor Undip, Bapak Profesor Dr. Yos Johan Utama, yang kami hormati Kepala Bapeda Provinsi Jawa Tengah, para narasumber dan peserta seminar yang berbahagia. Puji syukur kita panjatkan kehadirat Tuhan Yang Maha Esa. Alhamdulillah kita dapat hadir menyertai acara seminar internasional yang mengangkat tema Geospatial Technologies, Spatial Planning and Regional Development in Pandemic Era. Selain menjadi forum diskusi, sharing berbagai ide dan pikiran, forum ini juga menjadi wahana bagi kita semua untuk mencari jalan terbaik dalam pembangunan daerah di era pandemi. Bapak Ibu, pandemi COVID-19 diyakini telah mengubah struktur kehidupan masyarakat, termasuk dalam hal penggunaan teknologi, ruang kebumian, perencanaan, tata ruang, dan pembangunan wilayah. Berbagai pihak perlu menyiapkan perencanaan kota yang lebih sehat dan tangguh, guna mengantisipasi pandemi serupa terulang. Ada sejumlah poin yang perlu diperbaiki dalam perencanaan tata ruang dan pembangunan. Dalam membangun kota sehat bukan hanya soal merancang lingkungan kota yang sehat dan menyehatkan warga kotanya, tetapi juga mempersiapkan kotanya untuk kuat mengarungi berbagai bencana yang ada, termasuk badai pandemi dengan dampak seminim mungkin. Keterbatasan bangunan dan ruang multifungsi yang dapat dijadikan sebagai tempat karantina atau isolasi di tengah kawasan permukiman yang padat juga merupakan salah satu contoh bagaimana ke depan ruang kota bisa lebih dipersiapkan untuk kondisi krisis. Kemudian, kapasitas dari pelaku kesehatan, institusi, dan masyarakat diperlukan untuk tanggap, sekaligus efisien dalam menjaga layanan rutin, kesehatan yang prima di saat krisis. Hal ini bisa dilakukan dengan belajar dari pengalaman krisis untuk menyesuaikan kapasitas dan ketangguhan pelayanan kesehatan. Sedangkan para perencana diminta tetap kritis dalam mengobservasi fenomena dan dampak yang ada, terutama untuk beberapa hal, seperti dampak terhadap ruang dan sifat keruangan kota dan wilayah, tantangan masa depan untuk perubahan ruang privat, hunian menjadi area produktif, rekreasi, ruang belajar, tempat ibadah, dan lainnya juga perlu diperhatikannya. Bapak Ibu yang saya hormati, pandemi COVID-19 yang terjadi sejak tahun 2020 hingga sampai saat ini membawa banyak perubahan dan tentunya penyesuaian pada berbagai sektor, antara lain kesehatan, sosial, dan ekonomi, juga infrastruktur pendidikan dan teknologi. Dalam rangka mengatasi pandemi COVID-19, telah dilaksanakan kebijakan dan kegiatan mulai dari pemberlakuan PPKM, bantuan sosial, himbauan untuk membeli produk UMKM, penambahan tempat tidur di rumah sakit, bantuan ventilator, dan penambahan tempat isolasi terpusat. Tentu saja pandemi COVID-19 juga berdampak pada kebijakan pembangunan di daerah. Banyak program-program yang terpaksa ditunda untuk penanganan COVID-19. Dampak tersebut tentu akan berimbas pada pembangunan daerah dan regional Provinsi Jawa Tengah. Di masa pandemi ini, pemanfaatan teknologi geospasial mulai diaplikasikan dalam rangka penanganan COVID-19. Salah satunya adalah digunakan untuk analisis sebaran COVID-19 pada lingkup wilayah lokal, regional, hingga nasional, yang kemudian ditindaklanjuti dengan rekomendasi strategi. Penanganan berdasarkan tinjauan spasial sesuai dengan kondisi pada wilayah setempat. Kondisi pandemi menciptakan perubahan yang perlu diakomodir dalam pembangunan secara menyeluruh atau biasa kita sebut dengan new normal. Akibat pandemi tidak hanya implikasi pada sektor kesehatan, tetapi juga ekonomi dan tentunya sosial budaya masyarakat. Dalam pembangunan daerah, strategi percepatan pemulihan ekonomi menjadi isu ekonomi yang paling kuat. Di samping praktik-praktik perekonomian secara digital yang menjadi efek dari implementasi kebijakan social distance. Berbagai kebijakan pembangunan daerah di era pandemi di Provinsi Jawa Tengah sebagai berikut. Kebijakan pembangunan daerah Jawa Tengah dengan mempertimbangkan keberlanjutan pemulihan dampak COVID-19. Kebijakan pembangunan daerah Jawa Tengah tahun 2022 diarahkan pada peningkatan perekonomian daerah dan kesejahteraan masyarakat, didukung penguatan daya saing ekonomi dan SDM. Juga fokus pada penguatan pertumbuhan dan ketahanan ekonomi dengan memperhatikan keberlanjutan lingkungan hidup dan pemantapan ketahanan bencana. Kebijakan penguatan pertumbuhan dan ketahanan ekonomi melalui peningkatan produksi dan produktivitas pertanian, perkebunan, peternakan, meningkatkan kesejahteraan petani, dan peningkatan ekososial tourism berbasis masyarakat, dan lingkungan hidup dengan mempertimbangkan potensi keunggulan spesifik di Jawa Tengah. Penguatan keberlanjutan lingkungan hidup melalui rehabilitasi DAS kritis serta pemantapan ketahanan bencana melalui peningkatan sarana prasarana penanggulangan banjir, rob, dan tanah longsor. Di pemerintahan Provinsi Jawa Tengah juga melakukan kebijakan pengurangan kemiskinan dilakukan dengan pendekatan pemenuhan basic need access untuk mengurangi beban pengeluaran, sustainable livelihood untuk meningkatkan pendapatan masyarakat dan penguatan tata kelola. Juga kebijakan pemantapan tata kelola pemerintah dan kondusivitas wilayah serta peningkatan kapasitas dan ketahanan fiskal daerah. Kebijakan tata kelola pemerintahan diarahkan pada penguatan kapasitas, pola kerja birokrasi, dan reformasi birokrasi yang lebih adaptif terhadap segala dinamika yang terjadi. Kebijakan kondusivitas wilayah diarahkan pada penguatan toleransi, kebersamaan, dan gotong royong untuk menciptakan suasana yang kondusif di tengah masyarakat. Juga kebijakan peningkatan kapasitas dan ketahanan fiskal daerah diarahkan pada peningkatan pendapatan asli daerah dengan pemanfaatan aset agar lebih produktif serta peningkatan pemanfaatan sumber pembiayaan dari non-pemerintah. Bapak Ibu, pada kesempatan ini saya ingin menyampaikan juga bahwa dalam rangka memfasilitasi UMKM di Provinsi Jawa Tengah untuk menjual produknya, pemerintah Provinsi Jawa Tengah melalui Bapeda Provinsi Jawa Tengah bekerjasama dengan Asosiasi Klaster Indonesia dan PT Emporia Digital Raya mengembangkan marketplace yang diberi nama Pasar Klaster UMKM. Harapannya para UMKM di Provinsi Jawa Tengah dapat menjual produknya dan masyarakat Jawa Tengah untuk dapat membeli produk-produk UMKM tersebut melalui website ikipasar.id. Hal ini merupakan upaya pemerintah Provinsi Jawa Tengah untuk memajukan UMKM di Jawa Tengah. Semoga dengan di-launchingnya pasar klaster UMKM, produk UMKM semakin laris, UMKM terus berkembang dan melebarkan pasarnya ke seluruh wilayah Indonesia dan tentu juga sampai ke belahan dunia. Demikian beberapa hal yang dapat saya sampaikan pada kesempatan ini. Selanjutnya dengan mengucap Bismillahirrahmanirrahim, seminar internasional yang mengangkat tema Geospatial Technologies, Spatial Planning and Regional Development in pandemic era secara resmi saya buka dan dimulai. Semoga Allah Subhanahu wa taala meridhoi dan memudahkan kita untuk membangun Jawa Tengah lebih baik dan lebih maju. Terima kasih. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi
Waalaikumsalam
wabarakatuh.
warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much, Mr. Vice Governor of Central Java, Mr. Taj Yassin Maimun. From opening remarks, any pointers that can be delivered. For the first, COVID-19 affect many sectors in essential life, regional and development planning can be strong in facing disaster in which health crisis or natural disaster. Central Java Province has done many policy and regulation in handling of COVID-19. Like cash direct assistance, addition of health facilities, health workers, and so on. In the context of COVID-19, regional and development planning also like the Geospatial technologies to analyze the spread of COVID-19 at the local, regional, and national scope. Okay, after that we have launching a marketplace of UMKM or small and medium-sized enterprise.
Pasar Klaster UMKM adalah sebuah aplikasi marketplace hasil kerjasama Bapeda Provinsi Jawa Tengah, Asosiasi Klaster Indonesia, dan PT Emporia Digital Raya yang dikembangkan untuk kebutuhan UMKM dalam mengembangkan usaha secara digital. Keunggulan pasar klaster UMKM adalah sebagai berikut. Pasar klaster UMKM langsung bekerja sama dengan pelaku atau produsen UMKM tanpa melalui perantara, sehingga dari pelaku atau produsen bisa langsung menjual produk langsung. Mendampingi dan mendorong klaster UMKM atau produsen untuk digitalisasi. Diberikan fasilitas tambahan di aplikasi pasar klaster UMKM seperti layanan digital harga murah, transfer, pinjaman modal, dan pembayaran menggunakan QRIS. PT Emporia Digital Raya merupakan anak usaha dari PT Anabatik Teknologi Tbk, yang merupakan salah satu perusahaan IT terbesar di Indonesia yang memiliki solusi bisnis digital dengan nama IKI.
Bapak dan Ibu, di masa pandemi saat ini telah hadir Pasar Klaster UMKM Jawa Tengah dan IKI Pasar. Semoga bisa membantu pemasaran produk kami sehingga bisa dikenal oleh masyarakat luas. Terima kasih. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera untuk kita semua. Perkenalkan, saya Erina Wati, saya pelaku UMKM dari Kabupaten Magelang. Produk kami adalah olahan minuman rempah dengan merek Racesep. Terima kasih Pasar Klaster Jawa Tengah. Omset penjualan kami meningkat dan semoga semakin berkembang dan semakin tambah maju.
Terima kasih untuk Bapeda Jawa Tengah, Asosiasi Klaster Indonesia, dan PT Emporia Digital Raya untuk memberikan aplikasi, membimbing kepada kami untuk bertransaksi secara digital. Semoga usaha kami terus berkembang, penjualan meningkat, dan makin maju UMKM Jawa Tengah. Terima kasih.
Pasar klaster UMKM harus jadi ruang alternatif bagi pelaku UMKM di Jawa Tengah untuk semakin berkembang. Ayo, buktikan setelah marketplace ini meluncur, setelahnya tidak akan hancur. Dan saya yakin teman-teman pengelola bisa membanggakan kita semua.
Yeah, thank you. We wish the pandemic was gone and the economy can be run smoothly. Okay, on the next agenda, we will do keynote speech and will deliver by heads of Geospatial Information Agency of Indonesia.
Thank you very much, the moderator. May I start? Oh.
Wait a moment, sir. Okay. Head of Geospatial Information Agency of Indonesia. The full name is Professor Dr. M. Aris Marfai. With the education background, geography at Geoplanning University, Gießen, Germany, Master Science in Earth System Analysis at Institute for Information Science in University of Twente, Netherlands, and Bachelor of Science in Gajah Mada University. Professor Dr. M. Aris Marfai have high index is very high in 25 and Scopus in 16 with the good agitation and many research like in 2020 pengembangan aplikasi geometric analysis kerentanan infrastruktur wilayah gempa dan tsunami untuk mendukung mitigasi bencana nasional, and the 2019 pemanfaatan teknologi pesawat tanpa awak WAFI untuk perencanaan penginderaan ekosistem dan ekowisata mangrove sebagai upaya mitigasi bencana dan kemandirian. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Professor Dr. M. Aris Marfai.
Thank you very much, the Master of Ceremony.
I'm sorry, sir. Still unmute.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Thank you very much, the Master of Ceremony. First of all, the Honorable Vice Governor of Jawa Tengah, Al-Mukarram Bapak Taj Yasin Maimun, the Honorable Director of Universitas Diponegoro, the Honorable the Head of the Bapeda Provinsi Jawa Tengah, and also the Honorable and special speakers of the international seminars, as well as all the participants. Selamat pagi, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam damai dan sejahtera untuk kita semuanya. Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, salam kebajikan dan salam sehat untuk kita semuanya. This morning I would like to share with you all related to the utilization of geospatial information for regional planning and development as requested by the committee. Me myself, as introduced by the MC, coming from the Geospatial Information Agency of Indonesia. I would like to start with the overview of Badan Informasi Geospatial Task and Thematic Geospatial Information. Apa saja tugas kami di BIG? According to the Undang-Undang Number 4, 2011, our task, at least there are 4 things. The first we are as a regulator to formatting and controlling all technical policies related to informasi geospatial or geospatial information. The second, we should also do some executing, for example, peta dasar or basic geospatial information, as well as some thematic geospatial information, which is not yet being held or being done by other institutions. Jadi kalau ada peta-peta tematik yang tidak tercover oleh kementerian maupun lembaga dan itu ditugaskan kepada negara, maka harus dikerjakan oleh BIG. And the third, we do the coordinator to coordinating, integrating, and synchronizing of the implementation of the national geospatial information. Also, we do the advisor, providing the guidance for the executor and user of thematic geospatial information. Seperti misalnya kalau di Pemda, kementerian maupun lembaga, mereka mempunyai simpul jaringan atau unit yang mengelola geoinformasi atau geospatial informasi, maka kami bertugas untuk memberikan advices dan juga melakukan koordinator. Kalau ada tumpang tindih, kita melakukan sinkronisasi dan integrasi. Dan itu semua ditujukan untuk menyelesaikan our main goal, which is to cover the RPJM 2020 up to 2024, which is to support the accelerated development in various fields, including spatial planning. Also, this is in line with the SDGs, which is our goal as a whole nation. The next, our role in the advisory of the implementation of thematic geospatial information, among other are, as mentioned before, as the coordinator to integrate and synchronize, as well as to executing the thematic geospatial information, as well as the integrating more than one thematic. Misalnya kita punya beberapa tematik yang perlu diintegrasikan, maka BIG memfasilitasi dan melakukan supervisi. And then all those things should be standardized and supervised. Nah, tugas kita juga menstandarkan dan terbina. Sehingga geospatial informasi atau informasi geospasial itu kualitinya terkontrol, supervise-nya terkontrol, koordinatornya terkontrol, reporting-nya juga terkontrol. What is geospatial information actually? Any type of information that have element of location. So if we are talking the spatial planning, they should be attached in some location. So there is the coordinate, there is the point, this is the line, this is the area. So there is the information about the location. As far as there is the information about the location, so we can consider that as a geospatial information. Therefore, the spatial planning and geospatial information are very close and related each other. There are some technology for survey and mapping that we use to create the geospatial information. Mainly we do by terrestrial, for example, land and marine. Also, we are doing by photogrammetry technology as well as the remote sensing technology. So those are basically what we are doing to provide the geospatial information for various discipline and various fields. Ladies and gentlemen, the second point that I would like to share with you, what is the role of geospatial information for spatial planning? At least there is the link between geospatial information and spatial planning. The first is that the legal product of spatial planning, as we know, we have the product of spatial planning, regulates the aspect of space of territory. As far as there is the aspect space and territory, we cannot spare from the geospatial information. So we need the map, we need the spatial information. The spatial map has legal standing for sure. So it must be made with the right process, including the process on the mapping itself, including the base map itself. The third is there is a provision for sanction in the spatial planning law, where one of the detection tool use map. So kalau kita mau melihat beberapa sanksi atau kita melihat pelanggaran pada spatial planning, perencanaan, maka kita menggunakan tools map. Maka map yang digunakan harus reliable. Map yang digunakan harus officially approved. So it's request that accurate GI for monitoring spatial plan. And then the next, the need for standardized spatial plan map at all level. Ya, kalau kita bisa bayangkan, kalau kita tidak punya peta yang terstandar, kita tidak bisa menggabungkan antar kabupaten di Jawa Tengah misalnya, antara Jawa Tengah dengan Jawa Timur, atau lebih detail lagi antar kecamatan di dalam kabupaten dan lain sebagainya. So, therefore we need the standard spatial plan map. So, geospatial information affect the quality of spatial plan. The precise GI lead to the good quality of spatial planning product. Makanya setiap kali para praktisi planner, baik di Bapeda tingkat 1, Bapeda tingkat 2, selalu request peta dasar ke BIG atau konsultasikan petanya ke BIG dalam rangka untuk mendapatkan presisi informasi geospasial agar peta spasial yang dihasilkan atau spatial planning yang dihasilkan lebih reliable. There is the rule of geospatial information for spatial planning, at least. The first is a resource inventory. While we are doing this thing, we save the time in collecting, for example, of land use and environmental information. Biasanya kita mendapatkan informasi ini dari peta. Then also the analyzing of the existing situation. Kita melakukan analisis dari kondisi, tidak selalu datang ke lokasi, tapi melihat updating dari peta. And the third, we are doing the modeling of projection. Ketika kita melihat 5 tahun ke depan seperti apa, proyeksinya seperti apa, pusat pertumbuhan di mana, kemudian lokasi kawasan pertumbuhan baru di mana, maka kita menggunakan projection and modeling. For this, we need the map, or we need the geospatial information. And the fourth, the development and the selection of planning option. While we are formulating and developing planning option, we do this using map, as well as to evaluate different planning scenario. Kita selalu menggunakan beberapa skenario dengan melakukan utilizing peta. And then the plan and implementation. For example, on the environmental impact assessment, to evaluate and to minimize the impact of the development of the environment, for example, we need this map as well. And also as plan evaluation, monitoring, and as well feedback. Ladies and gentlemen, the geospatial information requirement for spatial planning analysis. For example, the requirement, we need the one reference data. We need the spatial and temporally precisely. And we need the link to with other data types, for example, and there should be interoperability and the compatibility on how to operating the geospatial information itself. There is some steps to do the spatial plan map. In general, we do the data source, for example, dari peta RPI, dari citra satelit, dari aerial photo, and then from that, we develop the base map. The base map should include the several things, including the road, water body, land use, land cover, administrative boundary, coastal line, etc., and so on. So, and then from the base map, we create the thematic map by inducing, by adding the some information, new information, for example, facilities, population, disaster, forest, mining, agriculture, and so on. Name it what you need. And then we develop the spatial plan by adjacent with analysis, spatial analysis, etc., and so on. So the quality spatial plan are built from precise and up-to-date base map, complete and accurate thematic map, and comprehensive spatial analysis. So actually, those are very important while we are doing the spatial plan. So geospatial information has the ability to solve some spatial conflict. So spatial conflict is also part of the spatial plan. At least a tool for inventorying resources. Kita punya beberapa sumber daya yang bisa kita inventaris, kita bisa mengetahui volume, luasan, dinamikanya, sehingga kita bisa melakukan penyelesaian masalah yang ada di berbagai sumber daya tersebut. The second tool for delineation of space designation and regional boundaries. Dispute about the boundaries, for example, we can solve by using the map, the very good map, precision map. The certainty of depiction on the map will minimize conflict over allocation or territorial boundaries. So the conflict of the batas, for example. And also a tool to identify overlapping spatial allocation. Ya, kita sering sekali melihat beberapa dispute terkait dengan perbedaan penggunaan lahan, alokasi penggunaan lahan, misalnya untuk pertanian, untuk tambang, untuk permukiman, dan lain sebagainya. And also the tool in spatial analysis for policy making. For example, on the disaster vulnerability analysis, land suitability, land capability analysis, name it, it's many things. And also tool to monitor the change. Ya, kita sekarang kali ingin melihat dinamika dan perubahan, misalnya pada deforestasi, konversi lahan pertanian, dan lain sebagainya. So therefore, we need GI with very good and precision to solve spatial use of the spatial conflict, for example. Ladies and gentlemen, the fourth point that I would like to share with you, which is the information related to the large-scale base map for detailed spatial planning. Jadi di dalam RDTR kita membutuhkan peta skala besar. Peta skala besar hanya dilakukan oleh negara dan ditugaskan kepada BIG untuk menyelesaikan peta skala besar tersebut. Yang sekarang kita kerjakan skala 5.000 dan insya Allah kita harus selesaikan ini dalam 5 tahun ke depan. There is some location of online single submission detail spatial planning so far that we have. Kita menggunakan RDTR dengan sistem OSS. Ada 75 lokasi of planning yang dengan menggunakan sistem OSS yang sudah kita petakan. For the future, there should be all the entire location or sites using this system actually. For those, we need the base map on whole Indonesia with scale 5,000. Notice we are not finished yet. We are just covering 3% of the entire area of Indonesia on the detailed scale map. But however, we should speed up this in the next 4 years. So there is the challenge of the provision of large-scale base map for RDTR. Jadi memang kita ada beberapa hambatan. Yang pertama adalah the uncertainty of exact location area of interest. Ya. Karena skalanya besar, kita harus sangat pasti terkait dengan lokasinya. Kemudian, there is the limited availability of geospatial data. As always, in some area we have lack of the data. We have not covered with the very good resolution of the satellite images, for example. And also the limited availability of newly acquired high-resolution satellite images. Though now we are trying to do our best to fulfill all these high-resolution satellite image in cooperation with LAPAN and other unit or agencies. And also the large volume of auto-correctification. Bagi teman-teman yang terkait dengan remote sensing citra satelit mungkin akan paham dengan proses ini, proses ortofikasi pada citra satelit resolusi tinggi yang butuh memakan waktu yang banyak dan juga also time and labor consuming for field measurement of ground control point as also facing nowadays. However, there is some solution as well to do the IOE. For example, we accelerate the provision of the large-scale base map, and also alternative of use image services need to be checked with the geometric quality. There is also we are doing now. Auto-correctification, as I mentioned before, we can do also with the systematic ortho method without GGP. We are trying this in several areas. And also some effort as a solution to come up with the large-scale base map. So far, there is the dashboard for monitoring base map production for RDTR via OSS. We are not covering all yet. Some area we have already the base map, but in some other area, even we don't have yet the satellite images, so we have to buy the satellite images first. I mean, there is the other agencies should also come up with these images, for example, in LAPAN. I think those are the important of geospatial information on spatial planning and how GI support the spatial planning, and what we are doing up to now to support the detailed RDTR, for example, for OSS. The last point, I would like also to add some information related. What is the geospatial technology function for COVID-19 pandemic? There is the utilization of GI in handling the COVID-19 pandemic. For example, we do this for spatial data infrastructure for civilian and data sharing. Ketika kita melakukan pemetaan, kita identifikasi, maka kita membutuhkan data peta yang detail. This is an important aspect of monitoring the spread of infection disease. Salah satu tool untuk melakukan monitoring kita dengan menggunakan presisi peta yang bagus. The second, incorporating population and mobility data forecasting. So, for example, the monitoring population distribution and mobility through the use of social media and location tracking application embedded in mobile telephone or cell phone tower connection. And also the spatial technology for digital contact tracking. We are doing this in some part, as well as the integrating geographic data in COVID-19 modeling. We are doing the predictive model approach can be generally categorized as, for example, susceptible, exposed, infected, etc. and so on. Also, we are doing the investigating geographic health disparities, how the multidimensional social, economic, and health consequences of the COVID-19 pandemic are geographically inequitable. So we are doing this mapping. There is some example, the utilization of GIS handling in the COVID-19 pandemic and era. For example, this is the hazard vulnerability analysis that we are doing so far, pandemic risk analysis and surface area analysis. For example, in some part in Kabupaten Bogor that we are finishing this. Map of COVID-19 cases in West Java, bed occupancy, and a map potential risk of transmission. We can do this in all entire Indonesia. For example, maybe the unit of simple jaringan di Bapeda atau di provinsi level atau di district level dapat melakukan pemetaan ini, atau misalnya daily COVID-19 case map, etc. and so on. Last thing, as a closing remark, the provision of complete and up-to-date geospatial information is strongly needed for spatial planning, as we mentioned before. This requires strong, for example, coordination from various stakeholders, vertically, horizontally, ranging from academic, government, business sector, private sector, community, etc. and so on. The provision of geospatial information is currently on the right track, what we are doing now, through the provision of standardized geospatial information through one map policy and one Indonesia data. Jadi kita punya kebijakan satu map, satu peta, dan kebijakan satu data Indonesia, itu sangat inline dengan ketersediaan geoinformation yang kita genjot terus. However, it is necessary to accelerate the provision of large-scale base. As I mentioned before, we are just finishing 3% of entire Indonesia, as well as the thematic map to meet current spatial planning need. Kebutuhan untuk perencanaan, spatial planning sangat membutuhkan peta, sehingga kita sangat yakin kita harus speed up untuk yang skala 5.000. COVID-19 pandemic causing a major impact on every aspect of life. So GI has proven to have an important role in handling the COVID-19 pandemic through location-based monitoring and modeling. Though we are not finishing yet with the entire Indonesia, but at least we have some samples how we do the monitoring and modeling. Location-based contract tracking, as well as the mapping in health service capacity. Ladies and gentlemen, those are so far that we can share with you all. Thank you very much for your kind attention. Wallahu muwaffiq ila aqwamit thoriq. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Mr. Professor Dr. Muharis Marfai, for the speech. Dear ladies and gentlemen, this is the end of the opening ceremony agenda. Next agenda is the plenary session. But before it goes to plenary session, now we will hold a photo session. So for all participants, please turn on your camera. Okay, ready? I will take many times. Be ready, please. Okay. Smile for the first slide. Second. Third slide. And the fourth slide. Thank you. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, in the next agenda, we will continue to the plenary session. For plenary session, we have 3 speakers. For the first, the Honorable Associate Professor, Dr. Iwan Rudiarto from Diponegoro University. For the second, the Honorable Professor Dr. Walter Timo de Vries from Technical University of Munich, Germany. The Honorable Prof. Beniamino Morgante, PhD, for the University de Basilicata, Italy. And for this plenary session, will be moderated by Ms. Anggrigani Pramita. For Ms. Anggrigani Pramita, the time is yours.
Thank you, Ms. Priyantini, for the time. And I also want to thank the committee for the opportunity to be part of the third Geoplanning conference, so I could lead the discussion today, as well as featuring our honorable speakers from all over the country. To all participants, good morning. Welcome to the third Geoplanning Conference 2021. We are excited to have you join us online today. I am Mita, and let me lead this session for about the next 2 hours or so. Before moving to the presentation session, I would like to inform all the participants, if you have questions for the presenter, please do make a note and address it to the chat box below. I will help to convey the question to the presenter on a Q&A session after all the presentation is done. This session featured 3 great speakers in the field related to the implementation of geospatial technology that provides benefits for regional and city planning, especially during a pandemic. This is an innovation where in the search and analysis of spatial data, we can use virtual media and comprehensive big data access to support regional and city planning projects. For the first opportunity, Asok Prof. Iwan Rudiarto will present a topic about rural-urban transformation, while the other 2 panelists, Professor Walter de Vries and Prof. Beniamino Morgante, will discuss the future geospatial technology. Now, starting the first session, I would like to introduce our distinguished speakers from Diponegoro University. Associate Professor Dr. Iwan Rudiarto, who's now serving as the chairman of Indonesian Planning Schools Association. Before the presentation, let me share Mr. Iwan's educational background and researches. Asok Prof. Iwan Rudiarto has bachelor degree in the Department of Urban and Regional Planning from the Diponegoro University, and Master Science in Land Management and Land Tenure from the Technical University of Munich. He also had his doctoral degree of Agricultural Science from the University of Hohenheim in 2010. The next slide, please. By far, he had published, I'm sorry, the community, please help me. Yeah. Okay. By far, he had published about 31 reputable paper indexed by Scopus and having Scopus index score of 5, while more than 200 papers were published in Google Scholar and having Google Scholar index of 14. As we can see in the screen, these are some of the research conducted by Mr. Iwan from 2016 to 2019. Among others are the study of rural resilience to embody the spatial planning which responsive to the impact of climate change. These research were conducted at in 2018 until 2019. And the other research were modeling the development of the North Coastal Urban Area of Central Java towards the implementation of a resilient city. This modeling development were 3 years period research from 2016 until 2018. And the other research were urban spatial planning modeling based on climate change mitigation principles in Central Java. It were conducted between 2016 and 2017. So, without further ado, today, in about the next 30 minutes, Mr. Iwan will be discussing a topic about rural-urban transformation, presenting the title of the Movement and Spatial Change in Rural-Urban Interconnection. Please welcome Mr. Iwan Rudiarto.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Chairwoman, Mbak Mita. So, okay, let me change my screen first. So, good morning, everybody. I hope all of you in a good condition and also always healthy. Today, actually, I am the I'm the third speaker from the schedule, but again, to invite the distinguished to invite the speaker is early in the morning at this time in that place. So I move to the first speaker. Yeah, I would like to use my PPT slides, not from the committee, or really solely because I have done some improvement. Okay, let me share the PPT. Okay, Ms. Chairwoman, can you see my slide?
Yes, sir.
Already there?
Yes, already.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
And yeah, thank you very much. This is my topic, rural-urban transformation. As already mentioned in the beginning from the keynote speaker, Professor Aris Marfai. Actually, what I would like to present today is kind of the application, more on the application of GIS technology, supporting the research on rural-urban interconnection or rural-urban linkage or rural-urban transformation regarding the spatial issues, and also the movement of people. Yeah. As I know that most of the participants for today's conference is coming from Indonesia, maybe in the middle of my presentation, I would like to also mix with bahasa, to make more attention to specific issues. Yeah. So from my title, I would like focus on two things actually. On movement, as already mentioned, movement of the people from rural to urban area, and vice versa. And on the other hand, I would like to see also the impact on the spatial change of from rural-urban interconnection or linkage. Yeah. So this is my outline. I would like to start my presentation with a brief introduction with the relevant issues, what I would like to present today. And after that, I will continue with the theoretical concern or aspect or theoretical aspect, what have been the background of my research. It's about the pattern, linkage, and transformation. And then I would like to continue with the space impact. Actually, this is more on the question of, is it, does the shifting space is kind of moving toward to the more balanced development, actually. So it's kind of a question statement, but let me put the kind of a plain statement: a shifting space, a spatial change and movement. And I would like to also propose kind of the how to deal with the rural and urban balance and imbalance development, yeah, and mostly in Central Java, because most of my research area is really located in Central Java and other small cities within the Central Java province. And in this part, I would like to propose how to develop a rural-urban balance or imbalance development, yeah, by looking at some theories behind the scenarios, and also what we need to improve, what we need to propose in order to create a rural-urban balance or imbalance development. Yeah. And then at the end, I would like to give some remarks and also challenges and opportunities. And last but not least, from my last part of this presentation, I would like to also include the issues of the COVID-19. Yeah, what about the rural area? What about the rural development? What do they can do? Yeah, what kind of aspect can be improved, or what kind of opportunities that emergence this issue? Yeah. Okay, let me start with a short introduction. I would like to start with the, every research, it's kind of research in the urbanization, transformation. Normally you start with the people, yeah, the movement of people, the population, the urbanization trends from rural to urban, and so on, yeah. So I would like to start with the data from the UN, that from the trends of urbanization in 2050, it is mentioned that the urban areas will have about the 65% of people living there, yeah, inhabitants, yeah, and all of those the city that mostly occur with this kind of high populated in urban areas, yeah, it's in Asian cities, and also in African cities, because most of the cities located in this continent, they are growing rapidly, and also with a fast developing region. Yeah. And on the other hand, if you concern about the rural space, it has an impact, a direct impact to rural spaces. Yeah. And as the implication that these rural spaces have been transformed, and it is also faced a rapid change and uncertainties, actually, mostly in the agricultural sector, forestry, and also the landscape services, which has also the direct impact to livelihood, actually, yeah. And then it changed the socioeconomic structure of most people living in that area. And the result also from this kind of, urban and rural connection, linkage, and so on, yeah, which has been, which include the people movement and spatial change, it creates imbalanced development. I think maybe you already are familiar with the term of megacities. Yeah, it is kind of the impact of the imbalanced development, which allows cities become bigger, and then and other cities are quite small and then smaller. Yeah, and it is happened mostly in Asian countries, and it led to a significant movement of people, and with a kind of a big movement, yeah, with higher intensity from rural to urban area, and even we and even it does not only regarding the national boundary. Yeah, I mean within the countries, from city to cities, from rural to urban, or from cities to another province and so on. But it is also exceeding the boundary migration. I mean, this also involve kind of international migration, yeah, from country to country, and it is mostly happen and mostly found also in many in Southeast Asian country, including Indonesia. And as already mentioned, that this movement, it becomes the major contributor to the urban population increment, and a lot of people are coming from rural area to urban area just to seek a job or to seek a better life, because they don't have kind of opportunity, and also the lack of resource or lack of job in rural area. Therefore, I would like also in my presentation regarding the movement context, I would like to show a kind of result of our research. Yeah, we look at for the kind of movement in terms of local migrant. And this kind of movement I already mentioned, it's happened in Indonesian cities, mostly in big Indonesian cities. And you know, at the end of this movement, and then in the peri-urban area, and also in the rural area close to the urban peri-urban area and close to the city, it has been transformed in terms of space, in terms of socioeconomic activity, and also in terms of a living condition. Then, because just within, it has been almost 2 years, 1.5 years, yeah, after we hit by the COVID-19 pandemic, and this issue also become a great, you know, I can see that this is kind of a great opportunity for the rural people to get back, yeah, to develop the rural, yeah, become more attractive and so on. Because I believe that this pandemic is kind of a temporary in quote, because it has kind of, you know, up and down trend. And on the other hand, during this pandemic, within this 1.5 year, from what has been done, what has been developed by different people to fight this pandemic, they find this kind of pandemic become an opportunity to develop rural area into more attractive and get an economic get back. Yeah. This is just a short figure about the, you know, the growth of the population in urban and rural areas. As you already know, that the population urban area always increase, while the people living in rural area shows the trend to decrease. And then you will find more people living in urban area, as already predicted by UN, that 65% of people living in urban area mostly found in Asian and African cities. Yeah. And then on the other hand, on the right figure, you will see that many cities have been transformed to, from a small city to big city, from very small to small cities, and from big cities to mega to big cities, to mega cities and so on. So it is within the 20 years has grown rapidly, as you found on the in the year of 2018, you find that from 13 cities, you will find more in 2030. You will find 18 cities and with people living more than 10 million and so on. Including if Indonesia, you find with the most with the fast-growing cities in Jakarta, Greater Jakarta. Okay, now I would like to jump to the theoretical aspect actually regarding the pattern, linkage, and transformation. And as already mentioned that urbanization in Asia, it creates kind of distinctive pattern. It is also occurs in Indonesia, where you can find mega urban with the primary cities and rural stagnation. A big city become bigger and rural becomes stagnant and so on. And then it creates what we call as a highly imbalanced development between urban and rural. And also in the urban area, it creates what we call as dualistic structures. Most informal sector found in the urban area, and also rural lifestyle in urban area, because like a lot of people moving from rural area, when they live in urban area, they still bring this kind of lifestyle in their origin. That most you will find mostly in the normally they live in the kind of this slum area and so on. So theoretically, what if you talk about the urban-rural linkage, there are some issues here which happen regarding the people, which include the migrant or commuters. On the other hand, you will call also what kind in the the term can be called as a circular migrant or return migrant. I can call it also as the bilocal migrant, trilocal migrant, or even quadrat migrant. Because this movement of people, they normally don't stay between two cities, but also including the third city, the fourth city, and so on. By looking at the opportunities available in a city. So it also includes the natural resource flow, and financial or capital and information as well with IDs, and at the end you will find also natural with water, energy, and waste and pollution. So as already mentioned, that it flows in terms of resource and economic, such as natural resource, food, people, money, and IDs, and then it creates what we call as rural-urban interchange connectivity. This is kind of the why the peri-urban area is most attractive area, as well as the rural area close to the peri-urban area, because it has a big portion of vacant land and underutilized, with a lower price of land, and but again, the movement of people from rural to urban, normally they can access only a location that suit with their pocket, with the money, and it is available. If it is in the urban area, in the city center, normally in a place with a quite high density, But on the other hand, if it is outside the city center, it will be in the peri-urban area because the costs are still quite low. Yeah, I mean, it's not as expensive as if you are living in the urban area. So on the left side, left figures, you will see the flow, from rural to urban, and the interaction from urban to rural mostly happen in peri-urban area. From rural to urban, there are flows about the migration, jobs, wealth, and so on. While from urban to rural, it creates demands on transportation, energy, infrastructure, waste, and so on. Therefore, I did also my research on land potential and land demand, mostly in Central Java, which I will show you at the end of on the other part of my presentation. Okay, if the previous slide talk about the flows and also the available land, but in this slide, the current slide, which I show you at the moment, this is kind of the, how the connection between cities and urban happen. Yeah, I mean, you can also do some research, do research based on this concept, what I can call as the gradient analysis. Yeah, you can start from the forest area, from bush area where you can also find the village people living in that area, or even in the mountain area to the cities, or even within the cities, city to peri-urban, peri-urban to rural area, with different kind of concern. Yeah, from the livelihood, from the resilient aspects, from the from the resource availability, from the sustainability of a livelihood, and so on, concerning space and resource. So based on this gradient analysis, normally at the end, what you can do is you can propose kind of the inclusive rural development, which include people, resource, and also the available, as for instance, infrastructure, asset, and so on within this connection, those two connection. This figure also shows that the decreasing then increasing terms, if you go from city to the peri-urban to urban to rural area, and or you come from the rural area to the city. As for instance, if you look at from city to rural area, the family ties is increasing. Because most people living in urban area are individually independent. And also tradition and culture will increase, protection of landscape will increase as well, and so on. So if we talk about the rural-urban transformation, it will involve two major things, as a dynamic process. The first one is about the morphology transformation. If you see the rural-urban transformation, you will also the transformation of the agricultural employment to non-agricultural employment, moving from rural population to urban population. And on the other hand, you will see also the functional transformation, with emergence of non-agricultural industrials. From the conventional, maybe traditional agricultures to industries. Not only agricultural activity, but also there in agricultural industry following this activity. And it reflects at the end, it will reflect the change process of rural-urban area in a certain period. Because it cannot be happen only 1 year, 2 years. It takes time, and it takes a process. People change takes process. Space change also takes takes time, and within a certain period, you can see the result. Therefore, if you do kind of this research, you will see the result with the long period actually. As for example, maybe you can start from 90 to 2020, then you will see the big difference on that time period. You can start from 2000 from 2020 and so on. But the longer time period you expose as your research time, and then you will see the much different on it. Instead of a short time or period, as for instance, for 5 years period. Okay, this is also as the trigger why the rural-urban transformation happen. The point from this figure is that if you see the rural-urban transformation in terms of space movement and so on, then it changes. It will affect directly to rural population. It will also affect the land use. And as already mentioned, there are kind of emergence of agriculture industrial, yeah. But in this context, I will put the industrial production, yeah. Rural population, land use, and industrial production. So if you would like to see the effect of the rural-urban transformation within the 3 period, you can see from this three component, yeah, the changing and also the result, yeah, by looking at the people and also the space. Yeah, this is kind of a short story about the role of peri-urban regions. Yeah, as you may know, maybe that no consensus on definition of peri-urban regions, but in general, this is the area that mostly rural located, yeah, in the surrounding urban center, which has obvious urban character. Douglas and McGee from the theory, they mentioned that this area as the extended metropolitan region or EMRs, yeah. And this play important role in connecting rural and urban. As already mentioned from my previous figure, that all the interconnection linkage between the rural and urban normally they meet in the peri-urban area, yeah, which has kind of ecological function, economy, and social. Okay, now I would like to jump to shifting space from a study case of my research, which is mostly did in Central Java province. But before I start the case, I would like to show you this figure, how the spatial development process happened, yeah, and how the primate city also occurs. Because what? Because most of the Indonesian cities experience with this process, especially for the primate cities like Jakarta, Surabaya, and so on. Yeah. It is quite hard to get kind of the fully integrated or balanced development, rural-urban development. Yeah. Okay. Before I start to the Central Java, this is the figure about the development of the cities close to the along the coastal area, not coast area in Java Island. As you can see, that the biggest one is Greater Jakarta, followed by the Greater Surabaya, Greater Semarang, and so on. What I would like to give more focus on this actually. On this part, yeah, because it is in Central Java, and during 20 years, yeah, Central Java, or mostly in the northern part of its area, experience with has a great experience with the city's development, yeah, mostly in Pekalongan, in Tegal, and also in close to Semarang. Yeah, I would like to show you more detail in Central Java. Okay, as you find on the left figure and the right figure, the comparison between the city's development in the coast area and also in the whole Central Java. Most of the, as already mentioned, most of the development, rural-urban transformation occur in this part, rural coastal area. And then while if you see the whole part of Central Java, except the north part, you can also see from this area, yeah, it is very dominant shows that most of the rural rural status has been transformed to urban status. Yeah, this is not a new what do you call it? What new issues? Yeah, because if you see in this part, this is because of the Surakarta city, close to Yogyakarta, and also these cities between those corridor. As for example, Klaten, and on the other hand, you will see Banyumas, on this part, in this part, and Cilacap. And as a remark of this kind of change and transformation, that in Central Java, if we compare the Central Java rural-urban status, you will find more urban area, they will increase from from 1990 to 2010. We are still doing for 2020 because the data is quite new. And then if you talk about the rural area, it shows the a decrease of rural status, from 84.7% in 1919, and in 2020 and 2010 it now becomes 68.3%. On the left side, number of village, you can compare the number of village between rural and urban. I just see the percentage on the right side of the table. Okay, if you concerned about the build up area, as you may see as well, that the in this area, in this area as well, and some of the area has been developed quite fast during the 10 years, from 2009 and 2018 in the coastal area. And if you see the rural-urban status, most of the of this area found that they have kind of the rural-urban, what you call it, rural-urban characteristic, or even in some area we will find a lot of rural-urban potential, which I believe within 5 or 7 years it will transform to even maybe to urban area. And if we see also about on the total population, urban population, and number of villages, it has been increased from 1990 to 2010. If we compare between this northern coast of Central Java to Central Java itself, because I already mentioned that most of development issues occur in the north coast of Java Island, and including Central Java. Okay, this is the physical transformation which has been done by my team, from 20 to 2020, from 2000 to 2020. It's almost 20 years, and you see that it creates kind of still imbalanced development actually, because big cities become bigger and small cities, they have kind of slow development, even in rural area they have stagnation, as already mentioned in the beginning. You see, if you see the in this part, in Surakarta city and so on, there's only the area close to the cities has kind of a potential to be developed, and then within 20 years, most of the spatial change occur close to the city center. It is also happen in Greater Semarang, or even in Pekalongan and Tegal, as well as in Banyumas, or precisely in Purwokerto. Okay, if you look at the density, in Central Java, I would like to say that, yeah, this is, from this pattern, you can also indicate that if nothing happened and you let naturally, natural process happen, yeah, I mean, by population itself, yeah, then you will see that the city at the moment, I mean, those three area, Semarang, Pekalongan, Tegal, Banyumas, and also Surakarta, it will develop more, yeah, in the future, yeah, if you do kind of scenario of density population, yeah. If the radius increase and then it will create a bigger area, then you will see that, there are about 5 central point of development in this case. Okay, that was the spatial change in Central Java. Now I would like to move to the city level. Yeah, I would like to see the movement of the people. Yeah, from one city. I mean, in this case, I would like to take our previous research. It is from the Surakarta city. We identify the migrants living in Surakarta city. So our question was that to what extent circular rural-urban migration, or I can say this is kind of bilocal migrant, contributes to the migrants' livelihood and community in rural areas. So what we would like to see, if those people migrate from the rural to urban and they live in the certain area, based on the definition, if you say that circular migration, they at least spend 3, or even some people say 3 months, 3 months or 6 months in the one cities, and then you can categorize them as the circular migrant. So what we would like to see, this temporary migrant, which is a bilocal migrant, what they get, that's what we call it, yeah. The income they get from this kind of circular migrant activity, does this income contribute also to migrants' livelihood and also community in their village of origin? So that's what we would like to see. Yeah. And as I already mentioned in the beginning, if the people moving from rural to urban and they have low education, low skill, normally they will live mostly in the place that they can access with their, with their standard. Yeah, this is also happened from our our case. Most people, this migrant from rural to urban migrant, they live mostly in the poverty level, yeah, the area with a poverty level, yeah, which has the average aggregate of more than between 20 to 50%, yeah, and this is what they can afford, yeah, if they would like to move to the city. Okay, and then from the sample that we took, about 106 people, migrants, mostly they come from the surrounding area, which is 36.2%, yeah, from Boyolali, Karanganyar, Klaten, Sragen, Suparto, dan Wonogiri, and some others coming from West Java province, with quite big portion also, 32% something, and then followed by the other regions in Central Java, yeah, and East Java province, as well as the Yogyakarta province. And this one, percentage of income, you can see that the occupation is quite different from the food vendors, from food shop workers, from other informal vendors, construction, industrial workers, even the pedicab drivers, yeah. with different kind of income per month, and mostly of the income is quite in average they have less than 100 actually dollar, or maybe 1.5 million per month, yeah, less than that. And there are 5 typology we found from this movement from the bilocal migrant. The first one is they did a main job in city, but they also did a supplementary job in the village, yeah. And in Tabelog too, they did the main job in city, but in the village they only provide health for family. Yeah, they don't do kind of supplementary job or other job. And the Tapology 3, they did a main job in the city, but the village they don't have job at all. Yeah, they live actually the village. Yeah, and then Topology 4, they have both complementary in city and village. And then on the other, in the last topology, we found that this biological migrant, they did the main job actually in village and then do the supplementary job in the city. So this is the topology part. Normally you find that people living for less period in the city because they have a main job in the village. But of course, they do this kind of movement, yeah, because they would like to seek the economic opportunities, yeah, by gain more income in the cities, while they wait for another season for doing agriculture activity in their village, yeah. Okay, this type of spatial pattern, yeah, that occur from what we did for research. There are 2 kind of pattern: simple pattern, regular, between the origin of area, the village of area, and Surakarta. They move forward and backward. Yeah. And then they have another pattern is a multiple pattern. They do kind of 2 types of movement, yeah, from the origin area to Surakarta, and then they back again to Surakarta, to the village, and seek for other opportunities in other city. And then after that, when they found the opportunities, they will come to other cities to do kind of this job, to do kind of job in other cities, and then back again to the village of origin. And then they decide to back again to Surakarta. From what we did from the sample question, we don't find 3 local migrants, yeah. They did kind of be local because they need to go back to the village and then go again to other cities, not only between village and their village to Surakarta. Okay, as the result, we can conclude some remarks that the relationship between urban and rural, yeah, and the impact to the rural development and also the local community in rural area. With the pattern, simple pattern with topology 1 to 3, the duration of stay, they live more in the city and less in the village. With type of job is number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, as you can see on the table, on the notes of the table. And the remittance use, yeah, the money they get from this kind of activity, it is mostly for the consumptive level, yeah, mostly for household and also for community. But if it is productive, yeah, as for instance, they support for the agriculture activity, yeah, for the relative, for the family member, and so on. And they have, while on the community level, it is negative. They don't give any kind of their income. They don't deliver the remittance to the community. But with the topology 4 and 5, with simple and multiple pattern, they have also kind of positive impact to the community, yeah, but not to the rural development in general, specific to community. It means that if the community has kind of the, you know, a program, a kind of occasion and so on, this is what they did, yeah, not for the rural development for general in the village, yeah. So it's quite different. So I would like to say that to a certain extent, in the beginning, this bilocal migration was likely to support subsistence because they have lack of income from their village of origins. And then over time, yeah, because maybe they feel that in the urban area they have a lot of opportunities, they can gain income from here and there, and then it changed their lives stuff, yeah, and then a way of seeing, yeah. So this kind of people, I mean, this movement, migrant, normally they will stay for a long time in the city, and after that they will decide to be a permanent resident, yeah, in the city. Benefits and opportunities overwhelmingly accrue in urban areas, so there is less intention to develop in the village. And then the development imbalance also makes it more attractive to seek out live and livelihood among the greater opportunities and amenities of urban area. This is already become a common understanding of local of rural people. They will have more opportunities than more experience with gaining money from urban area instead of in rural area. Okay, and then I would like to say a little bit more slides, only a few slides about how to develop scenario regarding the urban-rural balance or imbalance development. So we can see from our 4 driving forces actually: degree of openness from a city, from a rural area, infrastructure provisions, and also institutional capacity in terms of financial capacity, and also the spatial planning and so on, and indigenous potential. Yeah, but again, the most those key factors, then you can see from economic stimulus, population distribution, infrastructure development, and then finally it will influence the land demand, yeah, for development. Okay, this is still a temporary results. What we did for Central Java, we tried to identify the land potential for development. Yeah, it was created from slope, yeah, from physical assessment, from land use, and also from network status. Yeah, as you can see that there's a lot of land potential for development. Should be indicated by the red one for high potential, but in this case, in this picture, you cannot see clearly because the the figure is quite quite dense, yeah. And then I can only show you if I did as my previous picture to zoom in, yeah, to diperbesar pada bagian tertentu. So, and what I did again is not finished yet. There's land demand. In Central Java, it can show you the demand on land, yeah, the level of land demand. Which part of land has a high demand for development and which part has less demand for development. So if you combine these two, and then you will get this developing scenario, yeah. Okay, this is the concept of how you can, you go back on my previous slide, the spatial development process, these figures actually following those concepts, yeah. If you do kind of scenario with the optimistic scenario and then with pessimistic scenario, if optimistic, then you will create a kind of, you can also improve the rural area to be more balanced. I mean, not only big city become bigger, but also improve the, kind of small cities and also rural area to get involved also kind of development. Yeah, as you see in the stage 4. But if you have a pessimistic scenario, then yeah, as already mentioned, yeah, you will create a primate city, a major city become bigger, and others still, yeah, maybe it's like that or quite stagnant in development. But you know, but at the end you can also propose kind of developing scenario, yeah, to also include the small city or a small region or even the rural to also be developed, more developed, yeah, in terms of imbalanced development. Because in Indonesia, as you can see that there mostly happen in big city, and it is kind of imbalanced development. So my remarks, challenges and opportunities. First one is what are options to develop policies on regional development. You can propose different kind of scenarios based on potential and institutional capacities. Yeah, as potential, as for instance, yeah, the physical aspect, yeah, institutional capacity, of course, the financial, and then the capability of the local government or regional government or even provincial to be more active in terms of, yeah, as for instance, financing the infrastructure and so on, providing the infrastructure and so on. And also it relates to spatial planning policy, and then how the local government determine their planning policy, yeah, for different kind of region, different kind of group location, and so on. The result also show that there's found that kind of imbalanced development occurred there, and it creates the uneven spatial development, and somehow it rural neglects, yeah, and transform to mega cities as the result of imbalanced development, as already mentioned in the previous slide. And the challenge also could be how we can concern on rural, yeah, to create a more balanced development. This is quite, you know, quite challenging question, yeah, because not so many people interested with rural area, yeah, because they like to do something. I mean, they give more interest in urban. But again, if you give more interest on the urban area, then yeah, you will, yeah, you have to think also the rural area, because most of the food production and so on coming from this region. And related to COVID-19 pandemic, yeah, if you talk about the future of rural urban development, and I would like to say that there will be a high relevance to enhance quality and use of digital tools, as it already, as you may found already, yeah, in rural regions, they sell the products, so yeah, using what digital tools and so on, yeah, promote their their activity and so on, and also promote the products. Right? And remote distributed works, increasing rural-urban linkage, because, you know, this is also kind of, you know, big issue at the beginning of the pandemic, because as already mentioned, most of the workers coming from rural, they going back, yeah, they return to their village of origin, and then after that, what will they do there? So the opportunity is there to do kind of remote distributed works, or by using the technology, or including the local people to develop kind of nice rates, nice offer to with the ICT application, yeah, and then to mobilize and strengthen local networks and cooperative structure to face future shocks. This is, this is kind of nice statement actually, but you need to do it very, very intense with the local people actually, and to promote diversities for rural business, to be more creative and innovative. It is related to point number 1 and 2, remote works and also digital tools. So I think that's all my presentation. I'm really sorry for if mistake words, if there was some mistake words that I already said to you. So just to close, okay, thank you very much, and I'm very welcome to question from the audience. Thank you once again. So I give the time to Ms. Chairwoman.
Thank you, Mr. Iwan, for such an excellent presentation. I think this is a great input for the Central Java government, especially Bapeda, to be able to accommodate rural planning ideas that are integrated with geospatial technology. I think we still have some time before the next session. So if participants have a question, you can raise your hands to ask it directly to Mr. Iwan, or just write it in a Q&A chat box. And if some of you want to ask question in Bahasa Indonesia, it's okay, don't worry. Mr. Iwan is also fluent using Bahasa Indonesia, so you can ask it anyway. Just raise your hand or write it in the chat below. Wait, actually there are some questions that come, Mr. Iwan. Maybe I can read it for you. Wait. Yeah. So the first question is this. In connection between rural urban, there are many environmental problems such as land use shifting or change in natural resources management. So in your opinion, what should we do toward balanced development in rural-urban linkage?
Ms. Chairwoman, could you please repeat once again?
In connection between rural-urban, there are many environmental problems such as land use shifting or change in natural resources management. So in your opinion, what should we do toward balanced development in rural-urban linkage?
Okay. So the question is in English, yeah? So I should answer also in English then. Okay, thank you for the question. I think it's quite challenging question and also very nice to be discussed, yeah. It should be a long discussion actually, yeah. Because, you know, if you, you know, what we propose for planning actually, yeah, what have been done or what is going on in terms of spatial change, yeah, in urban area or even in peri-urban area, it kind of a dynamic process. I mean, sometimes I can say not 100% is a natural process. Why I can say it's natural process that people are, people need land, yeah. Population is increasing. And then if you don't accommodate them in a specific location to live for, yeah, and then you will find a problem if you don't have a housing policy, as for instance with the vertical housing and so on. So I can say this is somehow kind of, you know, in quote, yeah, natural process, yeah. And of course, within this in quote natural process, there's some environmental issues, yeah. And therefore, normally, you know, what I would like to say, maybe in the spatial planning policy, it has been done, you know. I mean, the environmental assessment also should be included in formulating the spatial planning policy. You know, there are three aspects when you would like to determine spatial planning policy, yeah. Within the new law, yeah, I mean within the you know omnibus law, yeah, and also from the government regulation number 21 and 2021 for the spatial planning, what do you call it, penyelenggaraan, ya, penyelenggaraan penataan ruang, ya, in bahasa. So the first one, yeah, you need to concern about the planning itself. You might create what we call as kesesuaian kegiatan pemanfaatan ruang. And then the second one, you must get the agreement of environment, ya, persetujuan lingkungan. So I mean is that while you are doing your a spatial planning product, then you will do also what we call as KLHS, ya, Pelajaran Lingkungan Hidup Strategies study. Then this is become your reference in doing your spatial planning policy. If you cover and accommodate wisely, and then there is no kind of intention or side interest, yeah, it should be it should be it should be done. It should be in a good way, but sometimes you find also some conflict and interest, yeah, regarding this environment problem. So in my opinion, you have to stick from what has been done in the persetujuan lingkungan, yeah, within a KFS study. So I think that's all my answer. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Iwan. But I wonder actually how to apply this spatial justice concept for development, especially in rural areas, because you know our justice about the concept of rural development is still, there's a lot of people who doesn't aware with those. So in your opinion, how how the concept to apply to strengthen those spatial justice concept for the development, especially in the rural areas?
Okay. I think in rural they don't have problem in spatial justice because they have kind of a big portion of vacant land and mostly occupied by the agriculture activities. And okay. If you talk about rural development, it's not really a matter of the space actually. Yeah. You talk about the livelihood, yeah, you talk about the economic dimension, social dimension, environment dimension, as well as the political dimension, what we call as inclusive rural development. But the space issues is on how you integrate them into social and economic concern, yeah. And then I don't see that even, you know what the problem of the rural area at the moment, they have a lot of land that is not utilized by the local people. Yeah, if you look at the, you know, the data from the Mendes, yeah, and also from BPS, a lot of village has been left by the people because they would like to seek out more opportunities to gain more economic benefit from the cities. You know, it's a big problem. And as the result, you know, less people living in rural area and more people living in urban area. So from my study, then, yeah, this is what that has been what we are, you know, what we are dealing with at the moment, yeah. So spatial justice, I think, is more on the urban issues, yeah, not really in the rural or even in the village, yeah. Maybe in the village you will find more conflict instead of this spatial justice issue, yeah. Conflict on land, not the spatial justice, actually. I think so.
Okay. I have read from some of articles, there's a research in rural area. There's a unique finding, Mr. Iwan, about, yeah, most of the people there are moving to urban to make a great living. I mean, they try to find job and try to make a greater income for themselves. But the actual condition is that they are um, built houses and spend their money there to make a new building, I mean, for their house, to make a renovation for their house and make some new houses. But actually they're not living there. they still going back to the urban. And from the data, the statistic data, we found that some of this area, this rural area, declining in the population, but keep improving building. I mean, keep rise. The building statistic is rising up. So what happens there? I mean, how's the do we can make a recommendation for the local government maybe for this kind of problems? Because if we just do nothing, I think this is going to be a problem for the next years, because rural is intended to agriculture more than built up area, right? What do you think, Mr. Iwan?
Yeah, I think this is somehow linear, but what we have found in our research, yeah, that are I already mentioned there are 5 typology of this kind of movement, yeah, local migrant or secular migration. So one of the results mentioned that they have less of contribution to the rural development in general, yeah, because what? But they have positive contribution in terms of household and community. Community means with the community cultures or religion activities, not community in general. Yeah, for kind of as for instance for improving roads. Make kind of the irrigation system and so on for the agricultural development, or for even for rural development. Yeah. The money can go to schools or health facilities and so on. It's not like that. Yeah. So we found most on the consultative level, on the household, and also in community. So what you already mentioned, that it is very linear with what we found with the household consultative level at household, consultative at household level. It means that when they get money and then they build new house, they improve their house. Yeah, even they build, they buy new things that mostly, at the consultative level, for the consultative level at house, for consultative using utilization at the household level. So, yeah, we cannot, we cannot just, what do you call it? Yeah. Stop this kind of movement, within the urbanization process. Yeah, just like we had in 1970. Yeah, in Jakarta, at that time the governor has the policy not to, it is Jakarta is forbidden for the, for the migrant, people coming from rural area without, a formal proof, if they're already living in Jakarta, but not of a new one. It has also happened in Beijing, in the forbidden city, because the government at the time they have a policy that is not to allow the rural people to come to the city. It's not like that, I mean, to building the house is not really kind of forbidden things. It is their right to build, to get, to improve their wealthy, and also, sometimes in rural area they have kind of high confidence of self appearance if they have a good house, a nice car, a nice motorcycle, and so on. I think that's common thing happen in rural area, but as already mentioned in my presentation, if you do kind of conventional agriculture, then maybe people will get somehow in the at the level where they don't want to continue anymore. Plus, they don't have any relatives or family member who would like to continue the activity. Most of the family member maybe, or the relative, they move to different cities to seek for kind of opportunities for economic gain. So if you put, as I found in European countries, if you do kind of agriculture activities, you will find one industrial agricultural industry there, which collect all the, all the commodity production, and they process it into, well-packaged product that's ready to be distributed to different markets. They already have their own market. So if you do this kind of this, then you will, this kind of agriculture activities and also agriculture industry will be, long-lasting for the local people. But again, to establish kind of agriculture industry is not really easy. We still, we need to be maybe. You need to take kind of, you need to take maybe 10 years or even years from now. And then you need to really, what government do now to attract more investment to come to the rural area. I think it's one way to give a good, to provide a good infrastructure. So if you put this, if you have a nice infrastructure, nice network, nice agriculture production, then maybe the industry will get more attracted to build their agriculture industry there. I think, that's my short explanation.
Okay, Mr. Iwan. There's more questions, so be patient. Another question comes from.
So I should wait until 11, yeah?
Yeah, until 11. We still have much time. The next question is from Pak Yudi.
Pak Kepala BIK, Pak Rifai masih di sini nggak ya? Pak Aris? Pak Aris not here anymore?
I think he's
already
already
left the room. Oh, okay.
Pak Iwan, you can stay until 11, just 11. You have
no, that's fine. That's fine.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Iwan. There's another question from Pak Yudi. Pak Iwan, in case of pandemic, what the impact to rural-urban mobility? As we know that some urban do lockdown policy or PPKM.
Okay. So it's a good question.
What's the impact?
Yeah, as already mentioned that, it should be has a big impact, to this kind of mobility, where people would like to go to their village of origin, and then they just need to wait and see what will be happen next day, next month, what will be happen to PPKM, when the government will release this PPKM. And then when the government would like to reduce the PPKM level, and then the people could or will be able to do their activity with normal activity in quote, because you cannot do normal activity within this pandemic, not really normal, I mean, So the mobility, in terms of mobility, as I think you already know from the news and also from the from the television, that people try to, working from home, it is 100% to reduce the mobility, in terms of people movement, rural to urban. And I don't have a data actually, because in the beginning, as already mentioned, that a lot of people are going back to their village of origin because they don't have work, they don't have jobs, because everything, because PSBB and so on, and then government. And I don't have data also on how many company they have problem with production and so on, But of course, the informal sector people, people who are doing their work in informal sector, which is mostly coming from the rural area, they don't have that kind of, they don't have option, and then they don't have, capability to live longer in urban area while they cannot do their activity. I mean, they in informal sector, yeah, because normally they get money from this informal sector. So what they do, then what they decide, they would like to go back, and they just wait and see. And then of course, this pandemic 100% reduce the mobility of the people. First, it is natural happen because of this, this phenomena, yeah. And then the second one, because the policy, yeah, the government strict some options, yeah, there, not to, as for instance, yeah, you already know, yeah. The frequency of flights has been reduced, yeah. The bus connection between cities within the province and from province to province has been reduced. Yeah, people are going. People are worried about if they go from here to there and they will get this kind of they will get infected by COVID. Yeah, that's why I think we need to wait and see the situation. And but again, not to, yeah, economically it has a great impact, yeah, in economic terms. Then you need to wait the government pronounce their policy on PPKM, yeah, if they reduce the level, and then you will do more, yeah. In my slides, I said that, no, in my slide, yeah. In my first slide, after the outline, I remember I mentioned this is temporarily happen in quote, yeah. Temporarily happen. It means that from our last experience before July, the activity seems normal, yeah. Then after that, a lot of people, we have a second wave, yeah. So you need to be really careful with your activity. But again, I'm convinced that we will have this kind of mobility again, normal mobility in quote, yeah, with of course with tight protocol kesehatan. And then if the government already released the policy on PPKM, then I think we will find no quote in normal activity, normal in quote, yeah, activity. I think so, but unfortunately, I'm sorry, I don't have the data on that, yeah. But I think from news, from television, we already know.
Okay, maybe,
okay.
For sure, it surely will change the community's mobility in rural area also, right?
Of
Mr.
course,
Dewan?
yes. But
yeah?
if you see the news and then also the if you heard the news, also the television, and the COVID pandemic now mostly occur in the rural area, in the village.
Yeah.
Because they don't aware about, sometimes they feel that they are very strong and they don't. So you need to do something with, and then, yeah, I think so, yeah.
But do you think it will influence the space utilization at the end because of that policy?
Sorry?
Do you think it will influence the space utilization at rural area at the end because of those policies?
Yeah, if major people, I mean, a lot of people coming to, they return to their village of origin in a big number, yeah. I mean, from urban to rural area, and then you need to consider that, yeah, because normally the people coming to the village of origin, they don't have asset there, yeah. Mostly what can in rural area, you have kind of farming activity and also non-farming activity. Those who are doing kind of farming activity, normally they have land on that. But if you're coming from urban area and then you don't have nothing to do and no more jobs there, maybe those people will also do kind of agriculture activity, yeah. but on the other hand, maybe they don't have land on that, then you need to give more policy. Well, maybe the government, central government can do kind of land reform policy, by giving land to the landless. People impacted from this pandemic would like to do agriculture or farming activities which has no land. So it will, obviously it will also impact the spatial distribution of land in the rural area. But if they don't want to do kind of this activity, I think, they just stay with their family, and it will give no impact, really impact to the spatial distribution or spatial issues. I think so.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Iwan. There's actually a lot of questions, but we have to move on to another session. But that was very interesting. Thank you once again for answering the question and for the excellent presentation. But we have to move on to the next topic. To save our time, we will directly move to the following session that will be presented by our next distinguished speakers, Professor Walter Timo de Vries. Can I have Mr. Timo de Vries CV in the screen? Yeah, thank you. Since 2015, Prof. de Vries has been serving as the chair of Land Management in Technical University of Munich, Germany, and as of October 2021, under the School of Engineering and Design. Prof. de Vries has a geodetic engineering degree from the Technical University of Delft in 1988 and completed a doctoral dissertation with the Erasmus University, Rotterdam. He has worked in a number of international projects in Asia, Africa, and South America, with UNITAR in Geneva until 1994 and with the International Institute for Geoinformation Science and Earth Observation, or ITC, at the University of the Twente from 1994 till 2015. Besides served as the Dean of the Geodesy and Geoinformatics study programs at TUM, he's currently served as academic coordinator for TUM Africa, leader of the Water Energy Food Nexus Field of Study, and director of the doctoral program of the TUM's SEED Center. He is also a member of the German Geodetic Commission, in particular the section dealing with land and property management. His current research interests at TUM include smart and responsible land management, land consolidation, public restrictions, cadastres, blockchain for land registration, affordable housing, and sustainable energy for rural development. While the current projects include the 3V RUT project, stands for Vitality, Vulnerability, and Versatility of rural societies at the time of cyber and physical threats. And the ATLAN project stands for Advancing Collaborative Research in Responsible and Smart Land Management in and for Africa. His recent books include Responsible and Smart Land Management Intervention, an African Context, and Advances in Responsible Land Administration, while an upcoming book will be Sustainable and Smart Spatial Planning in Africa. And now he is working on a theory and framework for human geodesy. It's very, very interesting. So today, please welcome Prof. de Vries. Good day, Prof. de Vries. Oh, good morning.
Yes, good morning. Assalamu alaikum. Good morning, everybody. Yes.
Yeah. Today, Prof. de Vries will discuss a topic about trends in adoption of geospatial technologies for land management and spatial planning. Welcome, Prof. de Vries. The time is yours, but only for the next 30 minutes.
The
Okay.
13
minutes.
minutes or 30 minutes?
30
30
minutes.
minutes,
Okay.
okay.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. I'll keep it maybe a bit shorter, then we can have some discussion or questions if there are any questions. Good,
Sure.
I'll share my screen. Oh, host disabled
Sure.
screen sharing. Oh, so
Committee, please. Oh, is it already mouse and screen? Ah.
yes, I think it
Yes.
should work. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, there we go. Yeah. Good. Yeah. Thanks a lot for inviting me. What I wanted to do was talk a little bit about some trends in geospatial technology for land management and spatial planning. I think it's relevant to see those trends also in the light of the COVID problems and the COVID pandemic, because there a number of trends also emerged. I think that people have been using geospatial technology in novel ways. For example, when we see the dashboards on international dashboards on the number of cases, we see there systematically Esri technology being used, maps being used, but actually they rely on a lot of geospatial technology. And I wanted to make a sort of overview of what sort of technologies are actually happening, or what sort of technologies have been used and what sort of technologies are emerging and may actually change the whole field of land management and spatial planning. So I started with three main questions. Which geospatial technologies do spatial planning and land management practices, regulations, and agency currently effectively employ? So what is actually being done? Which geospatial technologies or trends have the potential to change or even disrupt spatial planning and land management? And what sort of manifestations do we already see that agencies are adopting these new technologies, and what are the effects that are fundamentally changing the practice of spatial planning and land management? So these were my three main questions. And from that, I did a sort of literature research for both scientific literature, gray literature, and also interacted with a number of agencies. And after that, I'll come back to some impacts and implications for how has this changed the practice in the COVID pandemic. But let's first talk about, when we talk about geospatial technologies, what are we actually talking about? And I wanted to make this sort of distinction because we see that on the one hand, the technologies have developed separately in completely different fields and also with different types of technologies. On the other hand, we see that things are integrating gradually. But first, the technologies itself. I think first category is the integrative and analytical technologies. And by that, I mean especially GIS. It is those type of technologies that are able to detect and deduct locations, spatial patterns, and spatial clusters. And these are also the technologies that are able to register, record, allocate, adjudicate, and assign properties. So on the one hand, you see these analytical technologies to do analysis spatially. On the other hand, we have there, On the other hand, we have the technologies to register properties, so land information systems, for example. Then there are the so-called data acquisition technologies. The data acquisition technologies are those technologies, and especially used in surveying, photogrammetry, and remote sensing, that are aimed at establishing reliable and accurate georeferenced foundation data. Usually, these were the surveyors that were doing that, but gradually we also see that photogrammetrists and even remote sensors are doing that. Usually that happened with surveying technologies like turtle stations in the old days, theodolites. Nowadays, we also see gradually that we get point clouds, LiDAR systems that are entering this arena. And with that, you can actually also georeference. And the idea of those technologies is to systematically and dynamically derive classifications and descriptions of objects and use those technologies for navigation, live navigation nowadays. So many of those know these kind of technologies when using navigation systems. For example, when you want to drive your car, Google Maps, for example. But there's also sophisticated technologies in that arena and also quite some changes in that area. Then a third category is what I sort of classified as smart and artificial intelligence technologies. Originally, these come from spatial decision support systems. Many of these spatial decision support systems were not so dynamic. They were actually extended versions of GIS, you could say. And gradually, these spatial decision support systems have also become more real life and also live in time and also more extensive. But the whole idea of these sort of systems was, how can we derive decisions based on scenarios, based on results of scenario calculations? And gradually, we've seen that these kind of technologies are also able to independently and autonomously derive decisions. So not just based on the analysis. So there's a whole system like a GIS that does all types of analyses, but actually these systems gradually can also make decisions themselves and allocate locations, for example. All the things that you typically saw only in analytical technologies. And that is because more and more these smart and intelligent systems are able to combine all sorts of technologies, and there's new algorithms in machine learning, in surveillance technologies, in autonomous sensors that can immediately be used to collect data and to analyze data. Then we see also two other types of geospatial technologies. On the one hand, we have visualization technologies and simulation technologies. What we've seen gradually is that the typical 2D representations of space have moved to more 3D or 4D or even 5D or 2.5D representations of space. And what we have is virtual, augmented, and immersive reality. So technologies that can really make you feel how things and sense and perceive how things may be. So the simulations have therefore become much more dynamic, much more real life. And you may even stand with certain glasses or with certain displays in locations as if you are really there. So gradually these visualization and simulation technologies have become more advanced. And finally, there's the category of data management technologies. There we see that the category of using geospatial databases has been extended, but that category is actually quite static. Using databases we all do in the same way, using SQL normally. But we also see the emergence of non-SQL based databases, non-relational databases, such as graph stores. We see the emergence of blockchain architectures. So we see new ways in which data are structured and also in which data handling is done. So what do we use it for, actually? So what is actually the field of spatial planning and land management? And there again, I try to make, first of all, a kind of classification and then a number of examples where you see that type of function. So the functional specification, I said there are 5 categories. That is the function of spatial structure and design, designing cities, structuring cities, designing space. There is the function of spatial monitoring. There is the function of administration of land, of properties, of assets. There is the function of compliance and coercion. And there is the function of participation and mobilization. Now, you may say there are other functions, but I think these are the main functions which you see in spatial planning and in land management. And if you look at the examples, the spatial structuring is dealing, for example, with city planning, with the master plan, for example, creating a master plan, translating that into physical planning, spatial localization, land use zoning, land consolidation. Essentially, these are the functions that intervene in space, and you create something new out of an existing situation. Then there is spatial monitoring, where you don't necessarily intervene in space, but you want to monitor that people adhere to, if people adhere to the spatial plan. That can be something like land use change detection, detecting urban growth, evaluating the urban green, also evaluating more social aspects like urban blight or decay of the city, measuring or monitoring the growth of informal settlements or vacancy of houses, unused houses. We see in many places that many new buildings are built, but there's actually lots of empty buildings. And the same, we need a lot of land, but a lot of land is also unused. So this monitoring is also a spatial or a function which is very important. Then the third category is the administration, and there I typically think of the land administration activities. So the administration of lands, rights, of restrictions, of responsibilities, of value, of spatial development, of informal settlements, formal settlements, and maybe also the administration of cultural heritage, something that has emerged also recently. Then in the more active arena, we look at compliance and coercion. And there you really have to think of the spatial technologies that are used for housing permit compliance, for example, or the issuing of sanctions and penalties if people do not adhere to the spatial plans. And finally, there's all sorts of technologies that are used to allow participation and mobilization of citizens and stakeholders. So stakeholder analysis, there's also geospatial technologies that you can use for that, or handling of complaints, community participation with for example, voluntary geographic information. So many types of technologies in that arena as well. Now, where do we see that changes are happening? And for that, as said, I relied primarily on a literature review, but also on a number of opinion papers, blogs that are systematically doing these sort of trends analyses, and emerging papers in international conferences such as FIG or ISPRS or other conferences for that matter, including this conference, Geoplanning Conference and the Geoplanning Journal. So these are some mainstream. So what sort of technologies, and these are a little bit the details of what sort of technologies we are currently using. So essentially, we see a lot of use of GIS as said, but not just GIS itself, but there's a trend towards the use of more open GIS. Many people are no longer relying on commercial, although there is still a big chunk of the applications from the commercial packages, such as ArcGIS, for example, but also many people are now using OpenGIS in all sorts of ways. QGIS is mentioned very often, and other packages combined packages with QGIS, for example. We see also lots of use of digital surface models or DTMs models in all sorts of ways, either directly downloaded from internet site or created by themselves. So there's many types of analytical tools that are currently being used in the field of master planning, land use change detection, urban build-up expansions, etc. And even in the field of land consolidation or land redistribution, we see many sophisticated technologies already being used. As far as data acquisition is concerned, obviously, we see nowadays a lot of use of remote sensing technologies, the typical multispectral image processing combined with GNSS, so no longer just GPS, but all navigation technologies are being used. Detection methods, change detection methods are typically in use. As far as the smart and artificial technologies, what we see already extensively being used is cellular automata or that type of algorithms, agent-based modeling. These are technologies that have been in use for more than 10 years, maybe 15 years, and now it's really sort of standard in most applications dealing with urban flood modeling, disaster mitigation, and the like. Simulation technologies are also on the rise. Urban sim modeling for transportation modeling, for example. 3D digital photogrammetry is a very general term used for city modeling and visualization, and virtual reality. In a way, virtual reality has been used for, if you look at literature, for about the last 10 years. So it's not completely new. It is just that it's gradually changing in the way it's being used and also the way it's constructed. And finally, also on the field of data models, relational data models are standard, you could say, in most applications. Land administrations are still based primarily on relational data models. We see, given that OpenGIS is being used, that we see also the open source databases like Postgres, SQL, PostGIS being used. And we see open models such as GML, CityGML, LADM. These are open models that become also standard from the OGC, for example, that are frequently being used and also frequently being referenced. Now, what are the disruptive technologies that we see? So disruptive is a bit of a complicated term, but disruptive, I really mean that it's a new type of technologies, and also things are really changing with that technology as compared to the past. What is very apparent is the increase of the use of BIM, building information models. Typically, building information models were only used in architecture and in civil engineering, where they needed building information models, especially in the field of construction, to monitor how far you are in a construction, and also to measure what sort of what is the volume of material that you needed and where that material should be placed. But increasingly, we see that BIM gets connected to GIS. One of the downsides of BIM has always been that it is not geo-referenced. And one of the downsides of GIS was always that it was not really used in operational planning and execution of constructions. But we see these connections now increasingly being used, and that really changes the whole field of spatial planning. Also, more geospatial analytics is being used, and that especially helps to automatically detect problems, to maybe also do data mining, for example, to look for patterns and clusters of issues that we are not aware of, that are sort of hidden in the data. And with a lot of data and with new algorithms, we can detect that. And that automatically also links to big and geospatial data being available for everybody. So everybody can actually work on those data analytics. So that also changes the relation of stakeholders, government versus citizens. Citizens can use those sort of technologies and analytics, so they may also come up with alternative plans. In the field of data acquisition, one of the main newcomers is LiDAR. It is not that LiDAR is a very new technology, but the uptake of LiDAR and also the accuracy of the point clouds that are being created with LiDAR systems, that is increasingly being used by a lot of consultancy companies and land surveying companies. So we see there a major change, and that sort of removes the data acquisition from typically total station-based, the traditional surveying instruments, to LiDAR systems, which is more geared towards the remote sensing. So essentially we see that surveying and remote sensing become increasingly connected and interlinked. That also relates to the use of drone technology. So also technologies that can acquire data from very low and small aircrafts or UAVs. And many sensors, both from the sky, but also sensors on the ground to measure soil changes in the soil, for example, water sensors, also sensors to measure amount of people that pass by. So in the field of data acquisitions, we see a lot of changes that also lead to integration and the creation of big geospatial data. Now, connected to that, we see algorithms being used in the field of machine and deep learning. So it's not just the data that are available, but also the automation of the analytics through machine learning, through pattern recognition, through network modeling. We can now detect things by the computer automatically in a simulated environment as well as in real life. So these technologies make that possible. In the field of visualization and representation, we see the emergence of digital twins. That is a very nice term for a sort of copy of reality in a modeling environment, whereby the advantage is that you can do all the operations such as spatial planning, spatial simulation. You can do that in a virtual world and then see what the effects are. So digital twins is definitely changing the landscape of spatial planning. Also the interaction with citizens, with stakeholders becomes much more real life. Mapping as service is a new thing that is emerging. CityGML. CityGML was already there, but now there's a new version. It's actually a package of all sorts. It's not just a model, but a package of all sorts of applications that are integrated in this sort of open source CityGML systems. And what we see is an extension of virtual reality, referred to extended reality, immersive reality, and mixed reality, which make the feel of virtual reality much more real life. And in the field of data management, we see new technologies now gradually emerging. Blockchain has been in existence already for 10 years and was sort of a potential disruptive technology already for 10 years. Then it sort of, like 3 or 4 years ago, it was completely off the radar. But currently, the uptake of blockchain is now increasing in all sorts of applications, including land management, land registration, for example. And we see now that more and more countries are investigating at least that possibility of using blockchain instead of traditional geodatabases for land administration. NoSQL, graph computing, or graph data management. These are new technologies which sort of address the disadvantages of relational databases. The disadvantages of geodatabases, relational geodatabases, has always been that it's very easy to store the data, but to analyze the data has always been a bit complicated. To find hidden patterns. And these technologies, especially graph computing, NoSQL, make these sort of finding of relations, finding of patterns a little bit easier. So where do we see actually current evidence of the uptake? The connection of BIM to GIS and city GML models. We see now in the uptake of 3D cadasters. I think new ways of structuring cadasters, but also visualizing cadasters. We see that especially this connection of BIM with OpenGIS is being used for compliance activities, such as housing permits and land use compliance. And also insurance companies are using increasingly BIM with OpenGIS. So I've found various examples of big insurance companies that do asset assessments, property assessments, combining the qualities of the building with the location of the building. So that is typically that BIM-GIS combination. Extended realities we see increasingly being used in sectors like tourism, architecture, of course, also, but especially tourism is one of those sectors where you see that these sort of cognitive, real life-like experiences are increasingly appreciated. There is an example of HoloCity, whereby you can virtually walk through Sydney, for example, and also make some plans for Sydney. To make city plans, new city plans. So this is a system whereby you can interact with a kind of a digital twin in a virtual manner, and also using displays, for example, so you can walk around in the city and also make plans in a real life. And another example was an historical example, where you can go back into a city of like 100 years ago, almost 100 years ago, Halle, and you could go through all the simulations of what Halle could have been like if they had made a different land use plan or a different spatial plan. So you can walk through a city that could have been, rather than the city that is now. So these sort of simulations are really becoming quite extensive and interesting. With regard to the data technologies, we see really an uptake of blockchain technologies and of graph technologies, especially for the fields of land registration. So that field may be changing quite a lot, that instead of having a central repository of data, you have a blockchain-based technology. Actually, the data is spread over many computers and servers. And that has an impact also for the quality of the data and the accountability of the data holders. And last but not least, you also see an uptake of big data and big data analytics, especially in the field of land use mapping, spatial monitoring, collaborative planning, and also community participation. The embedding of digital twins is definitely emerging, but there's still also some concerns with that. What is the legality of a legal twin, for example? So if you make a spatial plan, or if you intervene into space, then to which extent is that reality that you create in that model, can that also be legalized or authentic or a valid reality? Also, it is still questionable to which degree the planners and decision makers are acquainted with these technologies, or sufficiently acquainted with these technologies, so that they can actually really make use of that. In many cases, decision makers, politicians, but also people in the public administrations are are very illiterate as far as digital technologies are concerned, so they don't really see the benefits and they cannot really employ those technologies very well. And last but not least, also we see that the cyber social ecosystem is not really connected to the cyber technical system. By that I mean that a lot of these technologies also need a lot of energy. A blockchain, for example, is really sucks a lot of energy. So you could, and therefore you need lots of place for the servers, for example. So at the end of the day, what you try to create is something better, but you may actually create technologies that are very energy dependent and not very energy efficient, for example. And last but not least, the use of artificial intelligence. There is a big concern of potential misuse. We all know the website this person does not exist. That is a website that generates random pictures of people that actually do not exist. So you can actually create random new situations, spatial plans, land certificates that do not exist. And you cannot really tell, is this fake or is this real? And there are some ethical considerations concerning privacy and surveillance. Good, I'll try to conclude. So which sort of technologies exist? We see a broad range of technologies are emerging, which we have to become aware of. The technologies that really may disrupt the spatial planning and land managed practices, I think, are the machine learning, the LiDAR, the connections of BIM with GIS, blockchain, big data analytics, and the various types of virtual reality and mixed realities. And we see evidence that these technologies are already being used, especially construction companies, insurance companies, big developers. They are using these sort of technologies. Now, last but not least, the relation of these new technologies to COVID. I think what we have seen is that during the COVID pandemic, we really wanted to get more transparent and open data and real life data. And a lot of these technologies were really used for these these sort of purposes. Quick access, big data analytics, combination of spatial data with all sorts of social data. We saw dashboard type of apps being created. So indeed, we saw that the uptake, or that the COVID technologies, that the COVID pandemic really led also to an uptake of technologies and an appreciation of technologies. We also saw an uptake of big data analytics. And that, I think, is very important because you can track and trace technical and social vulnerabilities by connecting all sorts of data. We saw also the concerns arising, so proactive protection of citizens. People had concerns with all the data that was being established. Now still they have concerns about who is actually vaccinated or not vaccinated. So privacy-related information is a big concern, and we have to deal with that or find ways to deal with that. And finally, we also saw models and visualization tools, especially concerning spatial rights and spatial restrictions, where you are allowed to go, for example, the lockdown effects, the enforcement of restrictions, spatial restrictions, the monitoring of spatial restrictions, where are people, etc. So there again, we saw an uptake of all sorts of new technologies and combinations of technologies. Thank you very much. I hope I'm still within the time. If not, please, thank you very much, and looking forward to the questions.
Thank you, Prof. De Vries. This is surely a new thing that must be accommodated in the practice of using geospatial technology. And more importantly, this technology must bring many benefits to the community, especially in Indonesia. Once again, a great presentation from Professor Walter De Vries. I believe that the participants must have enjoyed the presentation as much as I am. But unfortunately, participants, I know you must have a lot of questions in mind, but you have to wait a little bit more because before Q&A session, we are going to directly move to the final session. All right, without further ado, we are going to present Prof. Beniamino Murgente. Does Prof. Murgente join us already?
Yes, I'm ready.
I have any question.
Oh, good morning, Prof. Murgente.
Morning.
How are you doing?
Fine, thank you.
Yeah, Prof. Beniamino Murgente is Professor of Spatial Planning at the School of Engineering of the University of Basilicata. He took his PhD in Sciences and Methods for European Cities and Territory at the Department of Civil Engineer of the University of Pisa and carried out the researchers in Lyon at the Laboratory for Information System Engineering. He is the author of more than 150 publications on international journals in the field of technology applied to the city and the territory. He has many experiences. Among others are coordinator of undergraduate and postgraduate curriculums in civil and environmental engineering at the University of Basilicata, and then the coordinator of Smart Mobility and Urban Services in Smart Basilicata postgraduate program. Member of the editorial board of many international journals, scientific committees, of a lot of national and international conferences, and the scientific council of some national and international organizations. He's also a co-general chair of the International Conference on Computational Science and its Applications, or ICCSA. For more information, can be found on the personal webpage. The address is on the screen, as you can see. Now, featuring the final session, we invite Prof. Murgente to join us and present the topic about computational methods in supporting planning process.
Thank you, Mita, for your kind presentation. Now I have to share my screen. Okay. I suppose that you can look my presentation.
Yeah, it's
Okay.
already on screen.
Okay, I'm happy to join to this conference. Very happy, despite I have to wake up very early this morning because it's Italian time, but it's a great pleasure to join this community. Unfortunately, I can be connected only virtually, but I hope that in future I will have the possibility to join personally and to meet everybody personally, because it's better, because you can continue discussion about the presentation also during the remaining part of the conference. Okay, I would like to start my presentation remembering this experience. This is the beginning of the using of computational methods to analyze the space. During the cholera outbreak at the half of 8th century, Joe Snow was a doctor, mapped the 13 public wells and noted that the spatial clustering of cases around one particular water pump. He examined water samples from various wells and discovered the presence of a new bacterium in Broad Street samples. This is a first example of clustering and to using the spatial clustering, of using the space for analyze something, considering the geographical, the spatial component. Other experiences, Yamekarg, that analyzing the landscape and also the land suitability analysis considered the reality as a real a layer cake, and he realized the transparency, the slides of the draw, the analysis, and overlapped all these transparencies and achieving a sort of suitability. This experience of the Richmond Parkway, and he decided that the dark area are less suitable and the white area are the most suitable, and in this case the more suitable area for the Richmond Parkway was this. This is the overlay mapping has been theorized with this experience. The overabundance of spatial data, this is the beginning of the use of spatial data with a not very easy method in this case with the scanners and also with plotters. But today we have a very different situation, because at the beginning the problem was the lack of spatial data. Today we have an overabundance of spatial data that in many cases do not help the efficiency of decision processes. The increase of geographical data availability has not been fully coupled with an increase of knowledge in support spatial decisions. And because the experience is that a lot of also the small municipality, also the agency connected with the small municipalities started to produce their own data. And this means that we don't have, after that, there is in order to coordinate this production, data production, Bill Clinton started with the executive order to 12,906 in order to producing the spatial data infrastructure. And today we have a lot of very different situation with the Geoportal or standard OGC, etc., etc., etc. And also we have also the movement of open data. In this case, we have the classification proposed by Tim Berners-Lee, the inventor of the protocol HTTP, about the open data. And also we have also the volunteer geographical information system. This means that you have data everywhere and in a very easy way. I remember when more or less 20 years ago for a project, I had to enter data from a keyboard of commercial activity from Yellow Page. It was a very boring activity. Today, we have, as already explained, we have a very, very different situation. This means that we have a lot of data, but in many cases, we don't have the knowledge in order to analyze this data. And that's why models are considered a new goal in this case. And they started the term big data is a sort of buzzword in a lot of cases, like smart city. Okay, it has been used in a lot of projects, but is a very common to use big data. This is the very funny tweet in this case. But seriously, big data, it's important to connect with data, also with a big theory. This is an important paper. You can download this paper. It's very interesting, and it's important also. This is a part of this paper. It's important to define a real theory. Otherwise, big data is just a term. No? It's a funny term, but without a real meaning. Now I will start with my presentation of several application case studies in Italy, in Europe, and in Basilicata region is the region of my university, and I will show several applications. I start with the first application of use of data, of open data in this case, with the LiDAR data, in correspondence of the earthquake started exactly 5 years ago in central Italy, in Amatrice and Orcia, and huge earthquake that destroyed a lot of small municipality. Amatrice is also famous because the pasta alla matriciana is very, very famous. Probably some of you have already eaten this kind of pasta. And started with the two survey with LiDAR data at 2008, and the second immediately after the earthquake in 2016. And now I will show a map of comparing. Okay, no. Oops, no, okay. This map don't start very well. Okay, it was an animation of the collapse of building. Okay, sorry. But I show you now directly. We have the digital surface model before and after the earthquake, now considering the two times. And the orange, in this case, means the decrease of volume. For example, building collapsed. Blue, the increase of volume. Building collapsed, for example, outside, along the street. And in this case, with zoom, it's possible also to understand that in this case we have the increase of volume, and in orange the decrease of volume. It's quite interesting that we have just in green an hotel that does not collapse it after the first shake and the shock, and the collapse in aftershock in this case. And also it's also interesting to analyze also the building completely collapsed, and also it's interesting to create a classification of damage according to European macroseismic scale. It's very interesting because in this case we can avoid to the people to enter in the building for the survey. That is very dangerous, considering that the earthquake continues also after the first shock. And obviously it's not enough, but for more detail can be useful the use of drones, also in order to avoid to the people to enter. Now we can analyze other kind of phenomena, probably surely many dangers of earthquake, but many less dangerous at the beginning. But I don't know in future how it will be dangerous. This is a first page of Guardian about the urbanization of completely out of control. We can look at the pollution in this picture, and we have a very great problem. This report analyzed the increase of population in India, for instance, in Rwanda, and the increase is very, very huge, starting from 7 million to 21 million just in 10 years. Also in Africa, it's quite a problem. And also China started a radical plan to limit the population of Shanghai and Beijing in order to avoid to create a very big area, populated area. With this slide, I would like to highlight that cities are reaching their limits. This means that the car doubled in 10 years, doubled from 1 billion to 2 billion. 80% of CO2 emissions are produced in cities, and every second urban population grows by 2 people. All things predicted at Rio conference are occurring, and 20% of world population uses 80% of planet resources. And with the economic growth of population of countries like China, India, Russia, also Indonesia, Brazil, planet resources are not enough, and Earth overshot today is this year was at the end of July. This means that technology can save, in this case, money and the planet. Also, it's important to, for instance, to simulate, to create scenario, to use models, etc., etc., etc. There are several examples of concerning the urban sprawl. This is the first attempt using conditional probability in analyzing a coastal area, and in the Basilicata region, we have Italy, Basilicata. This is the third municipality in terms of population in Basilicata region. It's quite interesting because there is a coastal area with the touristic villages, and there are many centers inside of this municipality, also with an important industrial area with the, in the term of petrol extraction, also an important hospital. This is the simulation of the flowchart of the simulation. We have the data at 2 times. We started the simulation at 2006, and we have the data at 2006 in order to calibrate the model. And after calibrating the model, we can start the simulation to 2024. These are the results starting from mid of 19th century and to the 2024. And also the simulation has been overlapped with orthophoto in order to understand which are the real trends on this municipality. After that, we used the sleuth model in 2 experiences, and also I put the papers, but I can send a link at the end of my presentation. You can download the paper, also my presentation if you want. And in this case, the sleuth model has been theorized by Kit Clark from the University of Santa Barbara, and considered also this input data. The slope, length cover, excluded is quite important because it's important to calibrate the percentage of exclusion. For instance, if you have a lake, for instance, okay, you can put 100% because it's not possible to build something on a lake or for the sea. Is quite impossible. But if I have a national park, theoretically, I cannot build, but who knows? And in this case, probably 80–90% is more realistic percentage. Urban transport and hillshade at more time, also in order to compare. And we also compared this trend with the programming activity. This was the calibration of model, also new simulation for in the future in this part of the slide. And this is the results comparing from 2012 to 2050. And we also collected all data concerning the programming activity with this procedure, and we compared this activity, and we realized two things, that where this is the location, this marks, this point are the main consultation of economic activity, and also we have in this part the landscape plane, or related also in this part of the areas, and in green are the area with a new master plan. In the other part we have old master plan. This means that probably it could be better to have a new master plan in order to manage this trend. And if we compare these two maps, we understand that the main urban growth correspond to the new new programming activity. This means that the programming activity is a sort of catalyst of urban sprawl. This is important application. This paper is the most cited paper in applied geography, and also we involved Kit Clark in order to improve the SLEUT model, considering also the socioeconomic data, not only the physical data. And we analyzed at the national scale the phenomena, the urban sprawl phenomena, also considering the housing market index. We adopted a sort of weighted sum in this case, and we considered several layers included in the exclusion layer. This is important because in this case, exclusion layer, we analyze also housing market as a sort of catalyst or not in this case. Criteria weight results from we adopted the HP developed by Satie multi-criteria used for the conservation and diffusion scenario. We have developed two scenarios, no? One of business as usual, and the other more conservation. In these two columns, we can consider also the weighted adopted in these two scenarios. SLEUT exclusion layer representing the resistance to land transformation in the diffusion, in this case in diffusion in left, in diffusion scenarios, and conservation in right scenarios. And at the bottom we have a zoom in the northern part of Italy, where the differences are more evident in this case. It's not very common. And the modeling phase forecasted for both scenarios, significant urban expansion, will occur over the next few decades. In this case, the conservative scenario does not imply for the future urbanization will consume less and in general, but it account a smaller proportion of national areas lost in the development. Obviously, the difference is quite evident. In this case, also it's possible to comparing this part to observe a very different situation. Now we can analyze this in terms of number. In this case, for the diffusion and conservation scenarios, the difference between the two scenarios is quite substantial. 126,000 hectares that correspond to 10% of total built land up land in 90. In this case, we have a diffusion scenario foresee an increase of urban areas about 80%. The conservative scenarios about 71%. Also, it's interesting about to analyze two scenarios in terms of land use change. No? In this case, we can analyze, for instance, if I have a line this for diffusion and for conservation, the difference in violet, there is the decrease or increase of urban. In this case, we can see that the difference is quite urban areas. This is the typical trend, but in this case we analyze this trend. We also analyzed another model concerning also with socioeconomic data in using also cellular automata, and it's possible to analyze the red part, the new increase of the main metropolitan areas in Italy in this case. We analyze also the phenomenon of sprinkling in the areas less populated. In this case, this is the typical example of sprawl. Sprinkling is with this very small growth in this case. And this is the example of Basilicata region with the very increase of the residential building and the decrease of population. This means that with the decrease of population, the residential building doubled more or less. This means that one people has more or less half building, one people, not family, not household, and as not one flat, but one building, half building. This is the methodology based on this equation, and it's possible to, we have the first method considering a grid in this case, the second considering the municipality boundary, and it's possible to calculate the sprinkling index from 0 to infinitus. In this case, we can consider the results and the evolution, the typical evolution for the growth, the consolidated of the part of the growth of urban growth and the new growth, etc., etc., etc. This means that this is at the level of municipality scale. It is important also to analyze the data in order to have a sort of alert in order to manage the territory. We analyze also this phenomena for the renewable energy source plants, because this is the typical example of new wind farm. And what is the trend? In this case, Basilicata region has 25% of wind turbines in Italy, but produce just the 10%. And we analyze also in terms of buffer, considering the power of the wind turbine, but also in this case, we have also the photovoltaic, the solar panel in this case. And this is the trend, because just at the end, in the last year, we have a huge increase of the sprinkling in land degradation due to the wind turbine. And also we can consider the building stock, that the increase of building decrease a lot, while the wind farms increase, and is the main threat in this case for the landscape. And we also analyzed this modeling of urban sprinkling with cellular automata in order to analyze in future. We analyze just these layers as input data for the whole region, and we have just in this case the increase of data of urbanization or sprinkling in the whole region in this case, and we consider also in the coastal area and in the main cities. This means one thing, that probably the considering the planning just in terms of law, it's not enough to manage this phenomena, because there are two papers, one of me with my group, research group, and the other from a colleague from L'Aquila, and we adopted the term ghost planning or vintage planning in this case. Means that the law completely not enough to manage the problem. Now, just the last application, a few slides to analyze. In this case, considering the problem of COVID connected to the not a good land management. In this case, we published it in these two papers. The physical conformation of the northern part of Italy is influenced that in this case we have the Alpine chain, and which represent a sort of barrier against the winds influencing air circulation and distribution. The space is characteristic by homogeneous and isotropic form which facilitated urban sprawl phenomenon. This is a sort of flat, no? And just under the Alpine chain. We also observed the similarity between Wuhan area, Hubei province, and Po Valley. This is the northern part of Italy in terms of temperature, etc., etc., etc. And also with I coordinated a project concerning urban sprawl, temperature, and also the pollution by satellite data. And we analyzed that one of the parts with more pollution in the world is northern Italy, and is completely can be compared with also several China provinces. And the constant exposure to atmospheric pollutant is a sort of alert, may also explain a condition of basal inflammation and can afflict population, altering the physiological condition and leading to a greater predisposition to infection and symptomatic development of the disease in this case. And also for considering this area, this is the report of the Italian National Agency of Environment concerning urban sprawl, land take, and also the main concentration. This is the last report this year. Is most concentrated area in the northern part of Italy, but in an old report a lot of time ago, just in black and white, and more or less the situation is very similar. Also, the colleague from the University of L'Aquila analyzed this phenomenon on national space, achieving the same results. Also, it's important because the urban sprawl can be important in order to cleaning the air, also to regulating the ecosystem services, etc., 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 for removal of PM10, O3, except PM2.5, etc., etc., etc. Okay, we analyze with the spatial autocorrelation analysis at the province level. This is the more concentrated area, IGAG in green, about the death in Italy, also the contagion, and also we have also the problem of standardized mortality ration. This is the number of death compared with the expected value compared with the past years in this case. Also, we have the PM2.5, also the PM10 and the ozone, O3, and the most concentrated area are in northern part, but also we have the climate well-being index, and we analyze that the lower level is in the northern part. This means that we have a not a good situation about the climate. Also the wind, the wind is very, very low, and this means that the air does not circulate, and also we have the fog more concentrated in the northern part. Also, we have in terms of, we analyze more than 100 indicators. Now I show just the meaningful indicators. the soil sealed, also the land take, and the CO2 in not urbanized area. This means that we have the main problem just in the area with the great number of that. Now, this means that it's important to analyze this data, because if we continue with just with, I said, with the vintage ghost planning, this means that just with the law, try to analyze the manage the territory just with law, but without consider the build of a possible scenario, we can continue to have a business as usual development with urban sprawl, real estate market that is the driver of development, also with a lot of pollution. But we learned that we have to flat the curve in this case, considering the earth capacity, carrying capacity. And it's important otherwise to create a sustainable scenarios with urban regeneration, sustainable mobility, green infrastructure, green building, protection of natural areas. Urban simulation model are important, because in this case we can, like as I showed in my presentation, we can have a lot of scenarios, and we can get better decision using all data that we can have in this case. Also, it's important ecosystem services analysis. In this case, I have no time to show other important experience that we developed about ecosystem services. It is important to have now a performance-based planning, not just with law, but also to a continuous monitoring system of considering at the same time sprawl, pollution, etc., etc., etc. I would like to show this in this slide that is fundamental to consider a new approach in managing city based on urban scientists. This is an important Italian urban planner, Giovanni Astengo, in Encyclopedia of Arts, define urban planning as a science able to study urban phenomena. It's important to consider planning in this case as a science, not something else. But also Mike Betty in the book The New Science of City in 2013 is a very interesting book, considers cities not simply as a places in space, but a system of network and flow. Consequently, it is important to analyze cities with the models, tools able to support decision. When I was a student, there was a parallelism between urban planners and orchestra directors. Urban scientist is not only a director, but an expert to be huge knowledge in all fields of models, also in how to analyze the data is important. In all fields connected to the city, in this case, it's not enough. Because if we don't analyze this, okay, we analyze the curve of this period connected to the COVID, but with climate change, probably in future we can have more problem. And as I highlight in this, also in these two funny slides, not very funny, but that is the conclusion on my presentation. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Prof. Murgente. I'm really sorry for the rush, but excellent presentation by Prof. Beniamina Murgente. From this presentation, we got so many useful publications, especially in the development of geospatial technology, which is more responsive to environmental problems. Thus, this technology brings many benefits for spatial planning and environmental management. Now, we are moving on to the Q&A session. We still have about 10 or 15 minutes left for this session. So I think 2 questions will be enough for this session, 2 or 3 maybe. If the answer is not too long, maybe we can have 3 questions. And the first question, I invite Mr. Risnander because apparently the committee told me that Mr. Risnander want to ask Prof.
Yes.
Walter De Vries, right? Yeah. So.
Yeah. Thank you very
My
much
guess,
for
Mr. Risnander.
for the time, Miss Mita. I would like to ask to Professor Murgante. That's what is the big problem for the development of geocomputational system in your country, maybe actually for the specific country like Indonesia as development country. Maybe you have some benchmark or your experience in some development country. Thank you.
Okay, I had several experience with India because I developed several papers with the Indian colleague. Also, we submitted a project together. And obviously, we analyzed a very, very completely different situation because the greatest municipality in Italy is Rome with the 3 million of inhabitants, is a small municipality in India. This means that the question related to the pollution, traffic, mobility, also to the risk, because in this case it's very different. It's quite complicated. It's not very not the same situation because also the possibility to analyze this data is very stimulating, in my opinion, to analyze. Also, the natural risk is quite different because we have also possibility of hurricane. We have also also the flood is it's very we have very great problem in this case. And in my opinion, there is it's quite interesting to analyze this data. It's important to, and I will happy also to try to analyze this experience in very huge country. Also, Indonesia, in my opinion, is a very big country with a lot of big municipality, very populated, and can be also interesting to analyze these activities. And if you want, we can also develop something together. We have just to collect the data, but I will be happy to cooperate. And also, when I was young, I worked in France, as highlighted my CV, but the situation is quite similar to Italy because the European is very, very common in this case, but it is interesting also. I worked also with a Brazilian colleague, and in Brazil is another kind of problem because we have a very huge municipality and the population very concentrated in this municipality, and also other kind of risks. No, it's quite interesting. But the situation in other parts of the world is also it could be interesting to analyze in Africa because not experience. I analyzed just something in Egypt, in the northern part of Africa, but I had a PhD student. Also, I analyzed something in Iran because I have a PhD student in Iran. I had 3 PhD students from Iran, and the situation also in this case is quite different. It could be interesting also a comparison between several situations in Asia, in Africa, in Europe, and in America. Could be an interesting situation. We can think something together, contact me, we can also try to develop something if you are interested. I also share the link in the chat. You can download the paper and the presentation if you want. Okay. Thank you for your question.
Thank you, Prof.
Thank you, Brad. This is enough for me to understand what's your experiment and also your benchmarks in your papers, maybe something like this. Thank you.
Okay, Is that enough, Mr. Isnander, or maybe you want to ask something to Mr. Walter, because earlier
Yeah, that's enough for me.
somebody told me. Ah, okay. So this is the next question. This is addressed to Mr. Professor Walter de Vries. The participants want to know about your opinion about geospatial big data in many scale for urban and regional planning. The question is that, here's the question. We tend to find that geographic correction problem between providers of data. For example, if we use based map from Google, we have different detailed information or location if comparing with based map from, for example, Bing or the well-known based map like OpenStreetMap. So what should we do in using the different type of those data?
Yes, that's a good question. It's a question of integration of data from different sources. There are, of course, standard ways to convert one data set to another data set, both geometrically and also semantically. But this is still a big problem. Although a lot of data are available, in many cases they are not compatible. So that still remains a big problem. Let me give you an example. We were trying to find data on the new capital of Indonesia, or the planned capital of Indonesia. And then we were looking for data that are available from the official agencies, from all the open repositories. And there we faced the same problem. First of all, it was difficult to get the official data. Secondly, the data were not in the same format as we wanted and had the same accuracy. Very often we didn't even know the accuracy, so we didn't have the geographic coordinates. And the currency of the data. So are these data from 2000, from 2010, from 2020? That was often a problem. So very often you have to verify all that in order to make a proper assessment. And then most of the softwares that are available, whether that is ArcGIS or QGIS or any sort of remote sensing or image processing software, they can convert the data in any format or in any georeference that you want. But first you have to find out what the original accuracy, georeference, and spatial coverage is before you can actually combine it with any other data set. So yeah, it's a bit of a general answer to a very specific question that I can imagine that you have, but generally that's what you need to do.
Okay, thank you, Mr. De Vries. I hope that's answered the question for the participant who asked that question. And then there are more questions to Mr. Murgante. How long and how much budget do the government need to prepare this method until it's effective in implementation? This is from my Desinta. Maybe Prof. Murgante can answer the question.
Yes, thank you for your question. Obviously, in order to use this method, this is the results of many projects in this case, but it's not, in our cases, the main source of our research is the European projects. And obviously, I don't know exactly the total amount because it's the results of the last 10-year research in my lab. And more or less we have to collect several 2-3 projects for a year. Otherwise, it's not possible for me to have a PhD student, postdoc student, etc., etc., etc. Fortunately, the open data movement is very active in Italy, and we collected more data for free Also, this means that the Italian Geoportal for environmental ministry, also from at local level, we have the region that share data, the official data. It's very important. Also, the Italian Agency of Statistics shared data. Otherwise, it's quite impossible for us to buy data because we don't have resources for buy data. And the other is we collected data from satellite images in this case, but I don't know. If I want to say just a number, we need for this 100,000, more or less 100,000 euros per year. Otherwise, it's quite impossible to develop this. But it's just half activity of my lab, more or less. Otherwise, it's quite impossible to do this. Just because otherwise, if you consider the total cost is very, very huge. But in this case, if there is not just a project that I ask to the minister in order to achieve data, to achieve resources. In this case, we have to also to prepare this activity with a lot of project, and during the research is this because we started, but we have other ideas, and we moved, we stopped at certain time, we developed. This is the science, no? That that is not you have just an idea to develop something, but you are not sure that you will achieve these results. I don't know if I answered very well, but it's not easy otherwise to do this.
Okay, thank you, Prof. Morgante. This is the last question for both presenters, for Prof. Ries and Prof. Morgante. In responding to the uncertainty, especially in image classification, what about the data accuracy? Should we improve the quality of data, or we just use it as it is? How many calibrations that we need to make sure the data ready for input of analysis? Maybe Mr. Fries can answer first, and then Mr. Morgante.
Oh, that's for me, that's a complicated or a very open question. How many calibrations do you need to improve the accuracy of the data? Yeah, typically, my response would be you can improve the accuracy by triangulation with other data. So by checking whether the accuracy is valid or is in accordance with other data sets. So I guess if you want to improve the accuracy simply by having a single data set, it's going to be complicated. So there will always need to be some form of checking or cross-referencing. I think that would be my sort of a very short answer.
Okay, thank you. How about Prof. Morgante? Do you have insight for this question?
Okay, in my opinion, it's not easy, but in my opinion, okay, smart working, the digital can help in order to avoid, in several cases, to have a lot of people all together. But I want to use a sentence for. The cities normally are it's important, the difference between the most important city thing is, if you live in a city, one of the benefit, and you can meet people and discuss with them face to face and learn from each other. In my opinion, I don't know. I use a lot the digital, also the digital meeting, but it's very, very different in this case. Also, I use this with my students, but it's a very different situation. Okay, we can also improve the possibility to avoid to go to the bureau for bureaucracy, etc. Is important, but. In my opinion, for transferring knowledge, but also for have the benefit to join with the friend. In my opinion, I like to sharing to to stay directly with them. And Edward Glaser say in the book in 2013 wrote the great part of the city is the possibility to stay all together. The proximity is one of the advantages to live in city, because you learn a lot from other people. And in my opinion, we cannot delete this with this digital. The digital, okay, it's a good support, but it's not everything.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Yeah. Actually, this is a very interesting topic, and I myself want to ask a little bit more about here and that, but unfortunately, we are running out of time. But once again, thank you very much for Prof. Murgante, Prof. De Vries, Asok Prof. Iwan Rudiarto for answering those questions, and not to mention for the excellent presentation. We are glad to have more insights and knowledge from these particular presentations. It was a pleasure to have you with us today. So this is conclude the plenary sessions. Thank you all for attending. We hope you have learned and enjoyed this presentation. And then we have to moving on to another agenda, sadly. So we will back to the Master of Ceremony, Ms. Priantini. Back to you. Oh,
Thank you very much.
Actually, we need to have photo session because we haven't make a photo session for this plenary,
Yes,
right?
yes, yes,
Okay.
of course.
Can I ask everyone to join us one more time for a photo session?
Thank you, Prof.
Okay.
Walter, Prof. Murgante. Thanks a lot.
Welcome.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you for your kind invitation. I was very happy to.
Thank you, Prof. Bediamino and Prof. Walter De Vries.
I have to meet you personally in future.
Yeah, it is our
Agree
personal
there. Yeah.
present. Yes, we're an excellent professor with a lot of paper and.
Okay, excuse me, we are ready to go photo session.
Okay.
Okay. Be ready, please. We can take many times, maybe 3 or 4 times. Smile, everyone. First. Okay. Second. Third. Fourth. Enough? Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you one more time for all the speakers, Mr. Iwan, Mr. Murgante, and Mr. Vries.
Okay, thanks a lot, everybody.
Thanks.
See you later in the para session.
Okay. If you want to join para session, just ask me. Maybe I can put you in the several para session. Maybe in the theme 1 about applied geospatial technology. Para session 2 about the resilience, urban regional resilience. Para 3 is about urban-rural linkage, and then in the last para session is for infrastructure technology in rural and urban linkage. Which one that you want to join, and I will put you in the session. But if you have another agenda, is it okay for us? I know that you are the busy professor, and thank you so much to attend this conference and have your time and then deliver your material. It's just so great material and an excellent presentation for it. Thank you, Prof. Walter De Vries and Prof. Benjamin Murgante, and also Prof. Iwan Rudiarto.
Okay, thank you for all the speakers. And dear ladies and gentlemen, We have reached the end of the plenary sessions on the 4th Geoplanning International Conference. For the next agenda, we will have a panel session that will be split into 4 rooms. But before we go to the panel session, we'll let you get a break by having salam and do prayer. The panel session will start at 13:30. And to all the participants, don't leave from this main room. And also don't forget to adding your name with number of panel session. The format is the number session and your name. The operator will help you to move or split into breakout room that you have been assigned to. And for information, that link of certificate will share on the panel session. So please stay tuned to your breakout room. Thank you.
Pasar Klaster UMKM adalah sebuah aplikasi marketplace hasil kerjasama Bapeda Provinsi Jawa Tengah, Asosiasi Klaster Indonesia, dan PT Emporia Digital Raya yang dikembangkan untuk kebutuhan UMKM dalam mengembangkan usaha secara digital. Keunggulan pasar klaster UMKM adalah sebagai berikut. Pasar klaster UMKM langsung bekerja sama dengan pelaku atau produsen UMKM tanpa melalui perantara, sehingga dari pelaku atau produsen bisa langsung menjual produk langsung. Mendampingi dan mendorong klaster UMKM atau produsen untuk digitalisasi. Diberikan fasilitas tambahan di aplikasi pasar klaster UMKM seperti layanan digital harga murah, transfer, pinjaman modal, dan pembayaran menggunakan QRIS. PT Emporia Digital Raya merupakan anak usaha dari PT Anabatik Teknologi Tbk yang merupakan salah satu perusahaan IT terbesar di Indonesia yang memiliki solusi bisnis digital dengan nama IKI.
Bapak dan Ibu, di masa pandemi saat ini telah hadir pasar klaster UMKM Jawa Tengah dan IKI Pasar. Semoga bisa membantu pemasaran produk kami sehingga bisa dikenal oleh masyarakat luas. Terima kasih. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. salam sejahtera untuk kita semua. Perkenalkan saya Erika Dinawati, saya pelaku UMKM dari Kabupaten Magelang. Produk kami adalah olahan minuman rempah dengan merek CSF. Terima kasih Pasar Klaster Jawa Tengah, omset penjualan kami meningkat, dan semoga semakin berkembang dan semakin tambah maju.
Terima kasih untuk Bapeda Jawa Tengah, Asosiasi Klaster Indonesia, dan PT Emporia Digital Raya untuk memberikan aplikasi, membimbing kepada kami untuk bertransaksi secara digital. Semoga usaha kami terus berkembang, penjualan meningkat, dan makin maju UMKM Jawa Tengah. Terima kasih.
Pasar klaster UMKM harus jadi ruang alternatif bagi pelaku UMKM di Jawa Tengah untuk semakin berkembang. Ayo, buktikan setelah marketplace ini meluncur, setelahnya tidak akan hancur. Dan saya yakin teman-teman pengelola bisa membanggakan kita semua.
Pak Dokter ayah
Tuh, nggak jadi. Nih. 20.000 askara, Mbak.
Welcome back, participant. Um, sorry. Belum pakai headset. I'm sorry. Okay. Welcome back, participant, to the room. For the next session, we will be divided into 4 panel or breakout room. So, before going to the breakout room, each of the participants should rename the format of their name into number of panel underscore name. You can see the instruction on the chat. So just follow the instruction and rename your name into those following structure. Please do the instruction, and we will wait for about 5 minutes, yeah, to everyone to be done for the rename action. Sudah. Okay. I think some of you have do the instructions, so let's move on to the breakout room and just wait for the committee to bring you to the each breakout room that you should attend. Okay, thank you, and see you at the panel session.
Halo, komite.
Ya, Pak, kami pripun?
Kirim ke breakout 4.
Berikut tempat. Oh, nggih.
Sip.
Dinamai aja Pak kami biar kita mudah.
Oh ya, sip.
Iya. Matur nuwun.
Ya.
Siap Pak kami. Ya, matur nuwun.
Sip.
Saya assign ke teman-teman.
Sudah ya Pak?
Udah ya, udah keempat ya. Sip.